The weird thing about streaming without a pre-roll or an intro and you want to talk about something is if you start talking about something immediately, people will no one I'm pretty sure no one was actually like waiting for the stream to start to be here just fresh for the discourse or whatever I want to talk about. So I'm actually going to play a demo first, which is also part of the point of this stream. Stova syndrome. The best for free music for a project. Welcome to Nitro Express, a dystopic vision of the future through the eyes of anime otaku that love shit like Dominion Tank Police. I definitely need to change the sound. Very good elevator music though. Honestly, this could be Virtua Cop or something in terms of that. Alright. 100% health, standard, balance, weakling, 50% health. Any attack could easily be fatal, but you obtain a higher base score upon mission clear. Hero, 200% health. You can endure considerable damage, but you obtain a lower base score upon mission clear. Oh, that's interesting. Instead of hard, they changed the vibe. Instead of saying like a Wolfenstein of easy mode is like baby mode. Easy mode is heroes. You want to feel powerful. Balanced, normal, but you know, keeping with that thing of not too challenging, not too much of a breeze. And then hard mode is you are weak. You must rise above the challenge. I actually really appreciate that. Damn. Impressing me here. Alright. Tutorial, Case 0. Combat training. We've been following this game on Twitter for forever. And seeing I had a demo, I had to be what we opened with. Get ready for some Guilty Gear-like gameplay. I guess also compared to Mercenary Kings, if you know what that is. Inspector Yoshina. Yes, sir. It's time for your afternoon training. Let's start with a review of your physical control and equipment operation. I'll leave the rest of the instructions to the IO. Practicing smooth communication over the receiver is also a very important part of... Honestly, though, I was forced to run aimlessly all morning, and lunch was crabs on carbs on carbs, so I've gotta talk or I'll fall asleep any moment now. And it's quite rare that the main mission behind your blood sugar spikes is the chocolate ice cream sandwiches you eat after meals. Okay, it's enough chit-chat. Well then, just follow the hints on your screen and head towards the goal. Okay, this actually is not showing, I'll throw a rubber ducky out. It's showing it's not showing PlayStation buttons, it's showing Switch buttons. It thinks I have a Switch controller. Oh, that's good. Toss it and forget it. Now for live fire training. From here on out, you'll be training against the training companion, Beanball Cone. Defeat all the enemies and reach the goal. You can start whenever you're ready. Under the 1997 Boston Treaty, companies are required to show warning signs by a flashing red lamp and shouting an alarm before firing at humans. In other words, if you see a red flash and hear an alarm, that means you're gonna get attacked. The Boston Treaty. Wonder what happened in Boston in 1997 of this world. Probably something horrible. Oh, I see. Hit. Rubber ducky. No more rubber ducky. There, all done. It's starting to look like I won't be dispatched for the whole half year. This isn't what I signed up for at all. The boss move talked me into enlisting, but maybe I should have stayed at Nanako and joined the school unit. But you get paid you get paid to game in the office all day and train once a week. Pretty cushy job if you ask me. I didn't come here to play FPS games. I came here because I want to shoot real guns! And there goes the gun nerd. I wouldn't have to hold back since we only shoot machines. And games to join a shootout in the city would be a dream come true. Not sure if that's an acceptable dream to have for someone who's technically a part of law enforcement. Actually, it's very common for people in law enforcement, unfortunately. They want to be heroes and fucking make my day ass motherfuckers. Story, Case 1. Runaway incident. Heavy armor. Group of runaway companions sighted, approximately 50 in number. Miles unknown, several are cylindrical, roughly 3 feet tall, others are quadrupedal, OD green. The cylindrical units are armed with taser-like equipment, and the quadrupedal units are armed with automatic firearms. They're moving west on Road 211 while firing intermittently. Verification complete. Miles confirmed of the Tatatamo Heavy Industries manufactured, the same one used by the Ground Self-Defense Force. No insignia nor transponder signal detected. Handling code 4 has been returned. Should we request a dispatchment of the SRT from the security department? The scope of this incident has gone beyond interpersonal combat. Request a dispatchment from the Atypical Vehicle Disposal Squad. Authorize them under ROE Gamma. Weapons free. Is that like a fucking Evangelion ass, Oh, I can throw knives. Like that.
The police are currently attempting to fight back, but it doesn't seem to be very effective.
Yo, what up? Okay, I've got a little bit more of the hang of this game. This game was a little bit hard for me to get used to as a beginner. It feels nice to play once you're used to it, but if you go into it being like, oh, this will control just like Guilty Gear, you'll have a bad time. You probably enjoy this evening. Fucking gun nerd. Everything is awful. Everything is awful. This is true. We're probably gonna have to go DIY. Probably. We're gonna have to go DIY if we want to stay on HRT. Considering Medicaid getting gutted. And we weren't even back on Medicaid yet. We had to fucking reapply for reasons. I don't know which everything, because there's a lot of everything to be like, oh no, bad. But yeah. Nice to see you at least.
This guy is a Type 97 infantry fighting vehicle. It's got a composite armor of light alloy and ceramic, and its standard weapons are M2 boring and an anti-UAV electromagnetic smoke discharger. It's not that many heavy weapons, but its high speed and maneuverability make it a pretty big threat. Be careful not to let it run you over. If you can neutralize the units controlling the vehicle, that'll stop it from moving. Although briefly. You could try that.
Music makes me feel like I'm playing old Street Fighter. Scrap! Yeah, you don't expect a cop to just fucking shoot their fucking gun off in the air. Though honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if SWAT teams actually do that. Good job. Companions are semi-autonomous UAVs and ULVs that have been integrated into our daily lives. And on paper, they're registered as special self-driving vehicles. But the road traffic guide doesn't classify them under vehicles. That's because of the wide range of sizes, functions, and other uses of companions that makes it impossible for traffic police to enforce a law on them in a uniform manner. When atypical vehicles are used for criminal behavior, or when they go rogue due to malfunction. In a worst case scenario, anti-vehicle firearms are needed to neutralize the targets, but it's politically risky to arm existing counter-terrorist units with overly powerful weapons. And that's why for now, we have a specialized unit limited to the disposal of dangerous atypical vehicles.
The Atypical Vehicle Disposal Squad.
That's right, we're a highly specialized team, so I picked the members by looking at your abilities and nothing else. If you asked me if it was worth turning a blind eye to literally everything else, I guess it was. Maybe.
You've got a great eye for talent, boss.
Yep, this kid's self-confidence is off the charts. So yeah, this demo is really short. I'll probably do it on weak mode now that I've finished it on balanced. So that'll be fun. And then we'll read about fucked up shit. But not the fucked up shit you would think. Weakling. Funny they make you do the tutorial again. Oh, yeah, skip basic training. Dodge bonus. Still fucked up and still propaganda. But I appreciate the developers' desire to get some wish fulfillment out of this, harken back to the old fucking weird cyberpunk, like 80s, 90s era of anime, because even though Akira is from the perspective of street punks, a lot of its contemporaries and stuff that was doing some of the same shit were not. And just like a lot of stories, you and a lot of people write from the perspective of cops or the military, especially because the average person is not going to regularly be dealing with, well, stuff that needs firearms. So it doesn't need as much of an explanation. Even though this, being as lax as it is, does require one, it's an explanation that is interesting as opposed to just kind of hand-wavy. And this does feel like a premise out of a, like, 80s, 90s, like, OVA. It's like, got shit like Gunsmith Cats written all over it. And Gunsmith Cats was even less in bed with cops. I'm realizing it's still pretty loud. Not dead. We just scared them off with our paranoia and feel horrible. We're grieving a close friend. Oh, you're grieving a close friend you lost because of your paranoia. I see. Damn, that sounds fucked up. I imagine you need to lick your wounds on that one. Oh, so the Browning machine gun was an actual gun. So this is taking some nods from actual hardware. Good to know. Yeah, I don't think there's any other weapons choices. Alright, it's the dispatchment you've been waiting for. Mission objective: destroy all hazardous atypical vehicles. Once you arrive at the scene, Yaga will be in charge of electronic warfare and remote support with the K9 companion.
Wait, what? If it's all online anyway, why do I have to be at the scene at a... Just kidding, I'll do my best.
Ashina, you'll engage in combat once you're alright. Pick out your equipment by then. Choose whatever you want as long as it's within budget.
Woohoo! I'm getting fired up.
Oh, and pick up equipment by opening the locker by using a melee attack. Do not, I repeat, do not go overboard. But don't slack off either. Strike a good balance, understood?
Yes, sir!
There's no choices but the throwing knives. Sag. What is this, a med kit? There we go. Browning MG was created in 1919 and still used today by the US government. Hopefully not on its citizens. What is this game called? I forgot. It doesn't have a super memorable name. Nitro Express. Everything else about it is memorable, just not the name.
Did you just destroy a food delivery drone and just eat someone's order? And it bars right past the caution tape, so the order is definitely getting canceled. And only one who loses is someone, and the only one who loses is some lousy venture business with zero regards for the law. In this case, letting the food go to waste actually goes against the principles of justice. Now, what do you have to say for yourself? Yeah, maybe you're right. I was the one in the wrong. As long as you know better now.
Yeah, I have a feeling I could shoot those fucking missiles. Even though the electric gas hurts me, I'm pretty sure in real life it would just be chaff. I don't know why I jumped down. I'm a dumbass. Ow, 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 ow. Alright, feel unbalanced and weak. Maybe next time I won't take so much damage. I don't know when this game will come out, but you should wish list it. Anyway. Time to do other things. Damn, that was fucking short. The friend thing is what made us realize we need a psychiatrist. A psychiatrist as opposed to a therapist, specifically? Like, interesting. I guess I can see why if you feel like that paranoia is, like, to the psychiatric degree. I mean, if it's derailing your life, then obviously medical intervention to some degree is reasonably warranted. Hey, we're actually not jumping immediately into a demo. I wanted to talk about some stuff, and we're not streaming tomorrow, so we're not having our usual shit, and we weren't even originally gonna do a thingy of the day, like a question or whatever. And I guess we're still technically not. It's something else. So we could easily be talking about like all the fucked up shit that's happening right now, especially in America. The eroding of civil liberties, the direct attacks and erasure of trans people and queer people broadly, but especially trans people. As well as what many and I would also describe as like a coup, a defanging of regulatory bodies and the American government's like means to keep people alive, like the getting of Medicaid notwithstanding, just like even the postal service is probably going to suffer soon with just so much getting gorged out of our not even just social safety nets, but just the general infrastructure from like a soft infrastructure, I would say. Like I would think even like streets and sanitation in cities will suffer in terms of like management and stuff. Like a lot of government workers, federal workers, a lot of experts have been like fired en masse and all this stuff. And that's nothing to say about the ongoing genocides right now, not just the genocide of trans Americans that's going on right now, but also of in the Congo, of Ukrainians, of Gazans. It's a mess. It's a mess. If you want to have a thing to bang on a drum while standing on soapbox about, there's plenty of stuff to do. And yet, I am sitting here about to read you an article written by a trans woman who had been othered in community. Not because I am unaware or unwilling to acknowledge all the fucked up shit that's happening right now, but I'm trying to pinpoint something that we've explored and talked about before, even last year. Something that aggravates me, as I do see some of our mutuals on Blue Sky sometimes commenting on, even still, at a time where it's also very easy to say, just like it's easy to look for something to be very upset and alarmed about, and within good reason. It's also, unfortunately, very easy to scapegoat people right now, as it has been, and it will increasingly be. And as things get worse, and as we continue to be less than acceptable queers in many people's eyes based on interests or takes or kinks and whatnot. And I mean, there's many ways for that to also be like, it's also easy for us to be a scapegoatable person in different marginalized circles, like how someone who has a DID diagnosis and only sees it as like a medical thing might scapegoat someone who is plural and might not be seeking medical diagnosis, and may take the stance that not all multiplicity is informed by trauma. There's plenty of people who, for example, do that. Unfortunately, Tumblr's social justice morality is something we're still going to have to contend with for all time. And honestly, that is just one brand of it. And like the divisive and fracturing of community based on arbitrary purity measuring is going to be ongoing, and I want to revisit this. Other people in other spaces that we respect are talking about a lot of the other stuff that's going on. So this isn't even necessarily me attempting to stay in a lane. It's something we care about and want to talk about. And it affects people, even though obviously there's plenty that we could be talking about. So what's the shit I'm talking about? Hot allostatic load is a phrase that has gained a lot of meaning to us in the last year and a half, I guess. And people who have been scapegoated, people who have been othered in community, been pushed out, been made to feel that a space is unhospitable for them, and for whatever reason, may be a victim of some of the stuff that's going to be talked about in this article. Saying you got hot allostatic loaded is maybe not the terminology that I want you to necessarily pick up from the talk we have here, but it is one that sometimes people use. An example might be what happened to Isabel Fall. A lack of good faith, an assumption of intention of harm, lack of nuance, and a need for reacting to someone in a bad way and thinking that their existence in a space is inherently harmful and it must be handled. Right? Meow. I would say, from my perspective, as I understand it, would be kind of what this article I'm about to read is exploring, and what if you were to turn it into a fucking verb to put on Urban Dictionary, it would be, that's what it means to be hot allostatic loaded. But really, the hot allostatic load is just the things you have to hold, that kind of burden your cognition or your cognitive faculties to be keeping in mind when navigating a space that is hostile to you, or not a welcoming space. And you would think that this might be something that, say, as a black person, I might have to struggle with going through white circles and different types of POC circles, having to code switch and stuff like that. And that is a thing. However, unfortunately, we're going to be talking about intra-community bullshit. And although there is definitely intersectionality in that as well, I think that it's important to note that The way we're going to be talking about it within queer community is not the only way that it can happen, and it happens all the time to a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. And not all reasons are invalid. Actually, a lot of reasons are valid. It's the implementation that ends up being a huge problem. And yeah, I'll probably be saying it a lot today, a lack of good faith or willingness to, or even just an unwillingness to meet people where they're at. Oh my gosh, it's hot Allostatic load reading time. Gosh, I got fucking nerd in chat. Yo, what up, Jen? I know we're gonna have an interesting discussion now that you're here. Also, I want to acknowledge, maybe if only for my own ego, I even made a thumbnail for this stream on YouTube and stuff. We've been putting at least a little bit more work into planning streams generally. And want to do less just sporadic. Yeah, I'm streaming because I feel like I need to because I have a dopamine addiction. And have a lot of intentionality and something that we can keep up. We are actually been really worried about skipping a week of our normally scheduled programming because we don't want to fall off, and when we lose momentum, a lot of the time we fall off of like having a schedule completely. That being said, especially because Steam Next Fest is right now, it was like, oh well, we always want to do Steam Next Fest, get some demos in, understand some of the stuff that's coming up, be able to recommend people stuff, and just, increase our repertoire of stuff we know. And then one of our mutuals posted just randomly on Blue Sky, and it triggered us so bad. And I don't mean that in the sense of I'm mad at the mutual, because I am not. What I mean by that is I'm triggered in the sense of they were spilling tea, they were talking real shit. She was basically being like, oh, I've been to over 100 sessions of therapy, and they still haven't asked me about any of my problematic kinks or the anime that I watch, if it doesn't have anything to do directly with my self-harm or like PTSD tendencies or something akin to that. And it started, just a I essentially want to say a preaching to the choir discussion, because this is kind of one of those it's one of those queers in the circles that we are increasingly visible in, of like, weird queers that get othered for being unsafe or making people feel uncomfortable. Increasingly, we are finding ourselves surrounded by not just like, say, age players, but like Lillian Shotokan, and even amongst baby furs, people who generally, especially like 5-10 years ago, would be to be in the company of, or to be like chasing the aesthetics of, or being inspired by, would be a little bit spicy, your Strawberry and your Forlungs and all that, in this sense of like, people who, in the same way that I was talking before about how someone who sees DID as this medical thing, and only as a medical thing, and like the worst thing to happen to them, even, and I'm painting a picture of a particular kind of person, right? In the same way that that type of person might go to a plural person, someone identifies as plural, oh, you are misusing a label, or you are romanticizing a state of being that is something that, if you recognize that you have, you should be fighting your hardest to fix, or what have you. In that same way, some of these weird queers, as some folks within these circles that we've increasingly found ourselves wanting to be a part of, are often ostracized because they're seen as romanticizing abuse and being unsafe to be around. And there's even associations between having certain kinks and being an abuser, especially if you like abusive media. But, if it's, just like video game violence equivalent stuff, it's probably okay. Although, obviously, it's not always. And everyone has, like, heckles about certain things. I definitely don't think that being uncomfortable with a certain thing, and we keep reiterating this, that being uncomfortable with a thing is valid. But saying someone doesn't deserve community because of interest in a thing is not a good look, and is bad, actually. Yeah. And this is something we've increasingly been also worried about, and it feels stupid and silly to, in the middle of all this shit that I opened up this conversation with talking about, I could be talking about, in the midst of all of that, I still feel compelled to talk about what essentially is leftist and queer infighting, which will always happen, right? But I've been aggressively more desiring to talk about it as I have found myself feeling like a worse person because how I have been holding myself. At least in regards to one of my headmates made a joke of me needing to shake off some toxic masculinity because I increasingly find myself wanting to repress some of my emotions or not be as vulnerable because I am as a headmate could slide easily into the protector role. Not when I originally was me in the system, or before that when I was two separate headmates and they combined, but between that, being masked in a system of a lot of films, or historically a lot of just films, I feel not just a pressure to protect, but I also feel a pressure to distinguish myself, especially. And part of that has been not even just like the tsundere-ness that permeates my brand, but also this sense that me increasingly feeling very good with people being like intimidated by me and wanting to watch their words around me, but also don't roll with fear, not that I especially want to change myself to be as approachable as possible, because that's something that actually is something that my headmates actually have struggled with, and we have historically struggled with as a person of color and someone who's assumed to be masked in flesh space. Our lifelong endeavor to seem less threatening is certainly affected things, and I guess the reverberations of that are that in a brain where we have tried so hard to manage our threat level, I find freedom in knowing that my threat level is detecting as higher on some folks than others, despite it being people in spaces where we want to make friends and be good to people. Also acknowledging the fact that this unease isn't a necessary "oh, I feel unsafe around dusk." It's dusk is a little different, and it can make me a little bit harder to approach. I think a lot less so lately, but I have been reminded by my headmates that I could easily slip into some toxic tendencies by wanting to protect my heart a little too much. I forgot how I actually ended up on this tangent. But I think I can easily segue into all this because I think that the behaviors that I'm about to be talking about is stuff that comes from a sense of wanting to protect yourself, wanting to protect your heart, wanting to protect your people. And I think it's especially important to recognize like degrees of possible harm when you're assessing whether or not someone is safe, and also assessing the actions that you need to do. Because when we're having this conversation like a year ago on stream, it also had to do with, you know, the increased and frothing at the mouth desire for people wanting blood. Not just what people would say is like deplatforming, canceling, or what have you, but, you know, a lot of harassment, especially of queer people. It's almost as if people want to kick minorities, but they just want to find socially acceptable minorities to kick. Weird how that is. That's why we get uneasy, and obviously it's not something that we've like we talk about every time we experience it, but we feel very uneasy when someone who looks like us or is in similar spaces or even in similar fandoms than us, to make it even less about something that's necessarily immutable. We'll see people reacting in a way that does splash damage, I guess you could say, where it's just like, it feels like this is more than just about a person being an asshole, or a person doing possibly doing an abuse, or a person like misusing their power. There's also why there's a paranoia within queer spaces, to take one example, of assuming that criticism is homophobia. It's actually part of the reason that meme exists of a thing that I don't like happened and I'm queer must be homophobia, because it's absurd, right? But then also the world is absurd, and sometimes something actually just does boil down to homophobia or something like that. It's funny how the world works. Because people launder their prejudice intentions behind you know, just fighting the good fight all the time. It happened before the internet, and it'll happen for as long as sentient beings exist, I'm sure. So it's also something to watch out for, because they're like well-meaning people who go too far, or are wrong-headed, but are willing to talk if things don't start from an aggressive place. And there are people who are looking for a fight and just want a socially acceptable place to have that fight. And that adds to the problems that permeate inter-community othering. But I could go on all day about why I'm having this conversation and ancillary components to that importance that I'm hearkening on. But we could just read it and start jumping off of that. Build the shittiest thing possible. Build out of trash, because all I have is trash. Trash materials, trash bodies, trash brain syndrome, built in gaps between storms of chronic pain, built inside the storms. By Porpentine. Hi, I am too sick to write this article. The act of writing about my injuries is like performing an interpretive dance after breaking nearly every bone in my body. When I sit down to edit this doc, my head starts aching, like a capsule full of some corrosive fluid that's dissolved and is leaking its contents. The mental haze builds until it becomes difficult to see the text, to form a thesis, to connect parts. They drop into the page in fragments. This is a difficulty of writing about brain damage. The last time I was in a new inquiry, several years ago, I was being interviewed. I was visibly sick. I was in an abusive community that had destroyed my health with regular, sustained emotional abuse and neglect. Sleep deprived, unable to take care of myself, my body was tearing itself apart. I was suicidal from the abuse, and I had an infected jaw that needed treatment. Years later, I'm talking to a therapist. I told her, when you have PTSD, everything you make is about PTSD. After a few minutes, I slid down and curled up on the couch like the shed husk of a cicada. I go to therapy specifically because of the harassment and ostracism from within my field. This is about disposability, about from a trans feminine perspective, through the lens of an artistic career. It's about being human trash. I want to put a pin here because, well, I'm in this weird gray trans mass space where I am a trans mass headmate in the body of in a trans feminine body, essentially. I am a weird existence that feels like the exact thing someone would say I shouldn't be visible about, or I shouldn't be seen because, you know, it might give someone the wrong message, or make someone think that that we're all playing pretend, or, you know, that something is invalid in our knot of different identities, and like how that reflects you know, communities or whatever. And I mention this specifically because within talking about any sort of trans issues, trans feminine perspectives are, well, the most visible, just incredibly so. And that's partially also because of the fear of trans femininity, or the hate and ostracization and othering of femininity in general, and the anger at someone who is supposed to be male, basically saying, "I don't want that," you know. I think that you know, these perspectives are important, but I want to expressly mention that obviously this is just from a trans feminine perspective, the thing I'm reading. It's not the only way that this can happen, and that when we first came across this article and seeing people, especially on like Blue Sky, responding to it and having critical discussions about it, it was more than just trans feminine people resonating with what it was talking about. And I would feign to say that you don't need to be trans to identify with what we are going to be talking about. But you probably will have you're more likely to experience it the more marginalized or intersectionally marginalized you are, I would say. This is about disposability from a trans feminine perspective through the lens of an artistic career. It's about being human trash. This is in defense of the hyper marginalized amongst the marginalized, the homeless kids, the marked for death, those who came looking for safety and found something worse than anything they'd experienced before. For years, queer trans feminist scenes have been processing an influx of trans femmes, often impoverished, disabled, and or from traumatic backgrounds. These scenes have been abusing them, using them as free labor, and sexually exploiting them. The leaders of these scenes exert undue influence over taste-making, jobs, finance, access to conferences, access to spaces. If someone resists, they are disappeared. In the mundane, boring, horrible way that many trans people are susceptible to, through a trapdoor that can be activated at any time. Housing, community, reputation, gone. No one warns them, no one asks questions. Everyone agrees that they must have been crazy and problematic, and that is why they were gone. We've seen this happen to multiple people. We have seen this we've seen attempts to do this to people. It's still something we are processing has happened to us in ways, and it's exceedingly common. It's a banality of evil sort of thing. And I say that, but I also want to remind people that these things are done by people. Even these slow eroding things, the social murder, the isolating a person and making them really want a KYS and stuff like that, pushing people out of communities so that their lives just suck and holding them to a standard of your life should suck. it's it's done by people that it's done in situations by people that you will ostensibly trust. I mean, to be completely to be completely fair, someone in my particular position actually does have some power to do this to someone, which is also why we try to be aware of our power and hate hierarchy. You see, if you're trying to build a community, albeit small, if you have any sort of sway in a community, if you have trust, you can weaponize that trust against people. It's kind of like Beyblades. This is the same parts. It's just you use them differently. I don't know why I compare it to Beyblades. Been thinking a lot about Beyblades lately. I was one of these people. They control my housing and access to nearly every resource. I was sexually harassed, had my bathroom use monitored, my crumbling health ignored or used as a tool of control, was constantly yelled at and was presumed to hurt other trans people and punished severely when I refused. The cycle of trans kids being used up and then smeared as a systemic institutionalized practice. It happens in shelters, in the radical organizations, in artistic scenes, everywhere they might have a chance to gain a foothold. It's like an abusive foster household that constantly kicks kids out, then uses their tears and anger at being raped and abused to justify why they had to be kicked out. Look at these problem kids. Look at these problem kids. Look at these problematic kids. Yeah. It's also in a less intra-community framing. It's also what generally happens to minorities. If you want to make a minority less popular in a given place, then you want to make them okay, people talk about dehumanization, of course, comparing people to like literal vermin. That is a big sign of genocide, either current genocide or genocide on the horizon. But what generally making someone out to or a group to be a vermin or just generally not worthy of human respect or consideration means that that person's safety is not you don't hold that person's safety in the same regard that you would hold the safety of a human, because you now hold the person in a different category of subhuman for whatever reasons. And I think that I have increasingly become aware of, and I've seen this explicitly happen to trans women, though I'm sure it's happened to many other people. I guess I could probably say the person who wrote the webcomic Boyfriends has probably had this to some degree happen to them. This thing of being treated in bad faith, being called shitty things, or being insinuated to be unsafe or abusive, and also at the same time being unwell, either because of pre-existing mental illness or this atmosphere kind of wearing down the person. They react badly, they have a meltdown or something, and the meltdown is pointed to as a reason that this person is unsafe and needs to be ostracized. Actually, part of the reason that I feel so spurred to do this, because when we were talking last stream, when Fantasia was talking about, the morality of Lily show and shit, and sort of the othering that, like, say, queer people in the space are treated, and having someone in chat go, I know that there's not a one-to-one correlation between being into stuff like that and doing actual harm. However, being a queer person like exposed to the discourse that talks about whether or not certain people are safe or essentially allowed to have community, if you have the wrong opinion, you might also get social murdered. And it reminded us that we are still operating out of fear to this day, which is probably also why I'm the one doing this, because we've talked about our being stuff like Lily Show while also being Baby Fur, for example, multiple times over the years, increasingly so. We've been trying to be open about it, but also recognizing that a lot of people have been literally deplatformed for less. Even, or especially ones that aren't as quote unquote well spoken as us and willing to meet people where they're at. Actually, the qualities that you do not find in the folks that perpetrate all this social murder are the things that we try to be very very about. And as someone who expects to have an unpopular opinion, or at the very least be listened to less, even within marginalized spaces, like I was talking about before about decreasing threat level, we're very much used to approaching conversations with more goodwill than we expect to get. For example, I won't say that our personal experience of being otherized and ostracized was from that sort of stuff, but we have seen it happen to people from that sort of thing. We've seen people, like lose relationships, lose, like whole friend groups and connection to like material community for being into the wrong things, And I mean, even to a degree, like it is kind of a wedge issue depending on the thing that is dividing you. I remember there was some people who felt really uneasy with potential harassment of like being a trans person while, say, playing Hogwarts Legacy on Twitch or something. I do remember that was a thing. I remember there was a few streamers who were like, "Oh, I'm like really scared" or whatever. And I mean, again, we try to have more good faith than we would expect. And we understand a lot of people being like, that's really the hill that someone's gonna die on, but I really want to play this game that has all this like that has a material that materially helps people want to, like, say kill trans people, right? But the lack of nuance of like the disconnect between the entertainment and like necessarily endorsement is something that needs to be reiterated for a lot of people, so that they did not immediately go, this is automatically a value judgment. Although it's hard not to have a very aggressive take on something like that, because and we mentioned this last week with the Lily Show thing, where it's like a lot of like the alt-right in anime circles and on 4chan have very much glorified Lily Show and made that sort of their thing, in the same way that we used to not want to publicly be like, we're a Resident Evil fan, because Resident Evil is filled with fucking cops and military apologists and like fucking essentially like deputized soldiers that essentially get to choose who lives and who dies, and could probably write off any murders they do as, oh, I was just fighting bioterrorism, if they want it, but they're all written as heroes, so it's fine. Though I think at the time that we were worried about that, we weren't so much like, oh, I'm gonna get canceled, because we weren't even making content at that point, but we were just like, is it even okay to like guns as a leftist? Right? Like we were that like kind of fucked up about like the morality of entertainment. And I think it is important to disentangle these things. I think it's important to recognize that both fiction is not equal endorsement, but also people do reflect their values through art and try to signal their values through art. In the same way that there's the fucking weird woke list. And there are people who have, turned themselves in knots trying to figure out how to label something as, traditionalist and, not progressive. There is an easy way to take social justice and progressiveness and recognizing that a thing is bad and then kind of overextending your recognition of it and projecting it onto, well, not folks that under no circumstances should be criticized. Like, definitely no one's beyond being criticized, but kind of getting a lot of false positives in situations where you might need to have more nuance, especially based on who you're talking to. Going back to the Hogwarts Legacy thing, having nuance and holding some space for a trans person playing it is one thing. But like a white cishet person who's like, I just want to enjoy my media, no, interrogate that fucker, and that's how we feel about a lot of these things. But it is really easy to kick someone in the shin, and then when you get kicked back, say to the teacher, yeah, I got kicked in the shin, it was their fault. It sucks. Trans femmes are especially vulnerable to abuse for the following reasons. A lot of us encounter concepts for the first time and have no idea whether it is normal or not. We have nowhere else to go. Abuse drives on scarcity. No one cares what happens to us. I think that as we understood what it meant to be queer as we were growing up, these things were basically tenets of, like, our own potential vulnerability. We stayed in the closet for a very long time, just generally queer, not just like gender type stuff, because of this. Queer people, especially queer young people, are totally Omelas kids. Like, a lot of people talk about wanting to protect kids, and then when the kids are queer, they're like, actually, protecting them means putting them in fucking, I forgot what it was called. The thing that should be illegal that's probably about to be like super illegal soon. Conversion therapy. Yeah, people will be like, I want to protect children, and then when the children end up being queer, they are like, protecting them requires putting them in conversion therapy. Okay, going back to this symbolism with a foster home that thrives on abuse to justify its own existence. This foster cycle relies on amnesia. A lot of people who enter the spaces for the first time don't know these spaces' history. They have not known that leaders regularly exploit and make sexual advances on new members, or that those members who resisted are no longer around. Spaces self-select for people who will play the game, until the empathetic people have been drained out, and the only ones who remain are those who have perfectly identified with the agendas and survival of the space. The pyramid scheme of believers who bring critical capital and victims to those at the top. My first puberty was a nightmare, faced with the opportunity to make my second one a healthy, healing experience. I was instead abused and broken. The community practiced compulsory BDSM sexuality, which was deeply inappropriate considering it was one of the only visible spaces for trans people interested in making games. I didn't need that coercion in my life. I needed safety and mentorship. I think that this is something... Oh, I'm not reading right at this second. I think this is something that is critical for queer spaces to recognize, while at the same time recognizing that a lot of alternative sexual practices, or say non-monogamy, for example, there are a lot of non-normative modes that are they're seen as, they should only be practiced at home, or like you shouldn't tell anyone but your partner about it, type stuff. And I think that on one hand, it's important to recognize that there is going to be a puritanical push, or even a desire to make the space more sanctified, I guess, look cleaner, less weird or gross from an outside perspective. I don't think that this is what this criticism is, but I do think that someone could easily mistake it for that, because I think that one of the problems with queer community, especially in America, or specifically in America, since we don't have context for how like queer stuff in queer community functions in other countries, I think that the way that this is mentioned, compulsory BDSM sexuality, I think can even be as simple as referring to some people on a team or in a space as bottoms, you know, or subs or whatever. To even using some of those terms as normalized and watered down in certain spaces, or as trivial as they are in some spaces, it does. It can reinforce power dynamics. It can make someone feel like they need to go along with how people talk in the space, despite being uncomfortable with it. That sort of thing. And BDSM is deeply intimate. So even though, like, I'm a proponent of being weird and gay and kinky and plenty of spaces, I feel like I have to check my own ego by recognizing that it is not a hospitable space for everyone, in the same way that we feel sometimes very on edge about, say, pride celebrations being overtly dependent on the consumption of alcohol and loud music. And even like the history of like queer community from a United States perspective has a lot to do with like stuff like cruising, and like these secret like queer clubs or BDSM clubs that existed in a sort of like in a gray market sort of way, and recognizing that for a lot of people, unfortunately, like their first queer experiences are seeped in, well, having to go under the radar and being in potentially in an unsafe space, especially for the age that some people may get into stuff, looking for community because they've been denied community as a young person, because young people aren't like allowed to be queer and stuff, which also ends up going back around to one of these tenets of not knowing what's normal or not. If you are a late bloomer in a queer space, or I should say, if you've come out in adulthood, then your queer experience is going to be a lot different because of your relative newness to some of these things. And there are people who are going to take for granted that you don't know certain things. And that does sometimes get you into trouble. Same with, in some ways, criticizing compulsory BDSM sexuality or those vibes in the room, because some people may misinterpret that as you being a prude or being like, anti BDSM. But as she said, she didn't need that coercion in her life. She needed safety and mentorship. I mean, especially when like you're in an artist collective, also trying to scrape by a living day by day, and maybe having unstable housing. A lot of these things build and build and build, and you feel like you have to do the thing and talk the way people want you to, or else that you will be denied this stability. I spent these years of my early 20s not making connections or gaining valuable socialization that I had missed out in my youth. but being exploited and brainwashed in nightmarish isolation. I was scared away from the inclusive coding spaces, the inclusive conferences, and their orbiting alt events, and everything else that people like to pretend is available for trans films. Things escalated for the Allied Media Conference of 2013. Unfortunately, I was traveling alone. People from the abusive community overheard me asking about safe space resources in Oakland and became angry that I was seeking to escape their community. I was intimidated in person by someone who had a great deal of social power over me. I had a panic attack and went to the bathroom to dry heave and cry. Shortly afterwards, threatening messages began bombarding my Twitter and my phone, and the community began to develop a coordinated political response to my desire to leave. People suddenly stopped talking to me, and I felt an icy net of isolation drawing tight. This was the only time a conference responded appropriately. AMC apologized, notified the security team to check up on me, and encouraged me to submit a talk next year. I came back and ran a workshop with 2 friends for security, and a small amount of healing was possible. Sometimes positive things happen. Happen to me and it can happen to you. Fuck yeah. Nightmare amongst ordinary people. Yeah. It's usually ordinary people who follow the orders of the not so ordinary people. This reintegration was not made anywhere else. I was excluded from the vast majority of game spaces because of what happened to me. Of course, the multimedia nature of AMC meant it had the least stake in preserving the reputation of games and other things that matter more than people. When I got back home, I was kicked out of my housing. I learned that the community had been contacting my landlord for months prior to the actual eviction, as well as spreading rumors throughout my field. These seed rumors as a common tactic in these spaces, cultivating a brittle structure around people that can be shattered when necessary. Living was my sole attempt at innocence. That's an interesting, sentence. I guess in the context of how people harass someone and will literally say you did it, KYS, or attacking KYS to whatever accusations exist about you. I can understand it being like, well, I'm living and I'm choosing to live. Doesn't that prove that I'm innocent? This is a hard read every time. That sounds familiar. Yep. One of my abusers was sent a list of the nominees for the upcoming Games Festival Indie Arcade. Unfortunately, I was on the list. I ended up winning an award, ostensibly to recognize my feminine labor in areas of marginalized game design. Years of creating access for other people, publicizing their games, giving technical support, not to mention the games I had designed myself, instead of solidarity from other marginalized people in my field. I was attacked. Anyone else getting that award would have been able to just get that award? But people like me aren't allowed to just have careers. Feminist culture saw fit to give a pass to every man and every cis woman who got that award. But when a trans femme from a disadvantaged background stepped up, she somehow happened to be the worst. The culture was fine with me as long as I was window dressing, but daring to excel got me kneecapped. Oh, it kind of reminds me of the thing with, with trans sports, even if you are like last place, they still don't want you to compete and will still say that you are cheating, you're trying to cheat or whatever and have some sort of advantage. Can't win for losing, honestly. Literally. They spread rumors that I was sending harassing messages to people, even as the messages streamed one way towards me. They said I controlled a misogynic mob and was using it to attack people. I had never been more alone. I was called a pedo, a rapist, an abuser. The typical dog whistle is used in feminist spaces to evoke the dangerous tranny stereotype invading your bathrooms. Even when the rumors were debunked, even with a history of cohabitating respectfully with partners and a history of being a respectful tenant, the damages was never repaired. The purpose was to keep firing until I was gone, until every possible bad thing had been said about me. This is actually what happened to Tyga. Gosh, I don't think I particularly tend to talk about Tyga. It's usually a Scribble thing, because Scribble is more directly like friends with Ty, but like what happened to Tyga is kind of that, because like someone who was an old mod of theirs who was like romantically sexually interested in them and got turned down was the person who made the original doc and had encouraged people from Ty's community to cooperate on it. And even to this day, even though the stuff that I had just said is, you know, like is public information that, you know, some YouTubers who have talked about it already know, the personal and reputational effect is never washing off of her. And it sucks when this happens to people. It happens to all types of people. The YouTuber Quite, we actually are the first YouTube video of Quite's we saw was literally clearing up and responding to allegations about all this bad stuff. And I think this is a tactic of a lot of deplatforming of anyone. Unfortunately, obviously, there are people who, I guess, for example, there's like when there was discourse going on about like Sophie from Mars and how she had done like coercive and fucked up shit in relationships, and the people who were blowing the whistle were like, hey, we want people who may end up in a interpersonal relationship with this person to know her history so they can make a decision if they want to like date her or not, because there's been a thing that was specifically in like this in the like these intimate relationships, but was something that they felt they wanted to be public so people could make a decision. But it made a particular point to be like, don't cancel her, do not isolate her from the community, do not, you know, throw her in a box and you know, lock her in a box and throw away the key, as what happens to many people, especially trans women. And I think that there are lots of situations where people are trying their best in good faith to do something like that, to blow a whistle, but not to, you know, turn the person into a, you know, a faggot burning on the public square pyre, you know. Despite that, unfortunately, there is a lot of dogpiling and a lot of people who will throw anything to that can halfway stick, in the same way that right wingers might flood you with information that you have to basically debunk, while they're just spitting more lies in the time it takes you to clear up half of them. It's over information. So in that same way, it was like throwing everything in the kitchen sink at a person. With Ty specifically, I remember us picking through all the stuff and him being like, okay, I am willing to listen to like sides of the story on this, or, you know, or that, or having opinions on certain things, and then being like, okay, this is bad and these things, nuance is required, you know, that sort of thing. An attempt to, if you don't care about reasons A, B, and C to cancel this person's, E, F, and G will certainly make you think twice, you know. And in terms of like, you know, having bad kinks and that being a reason to cancel someone, I have seen way too many times someone being accused of being abusive, right? And then part of that abuse, or even the abuse itself, is cited as being a baby fur, or being into Lily Show, or being into Goro. I mean, of course, these conversations have been really weird lately, especially with, say, the thing with Neil Gaiman and how Neil Gaiman was in a bunch of was the perpetrator of a bunch of abusive relationships that he was defending himself by saying this is BDSM. Sorry, allegedly. I don't want to get sued. So that is to say that certain things can be used in a bad way, but a lot of times it's just extra ammo to make a person look bad. Just keep firing until they're gone, as was said. Yeah, this is literally experience with the local ADBL scene. Fuck. That sucks. The Reputation game was used to paint a vulnerable, isolated trans girl too scared to leave her room most days as having power, which she did not have. Power which my abusers, veterans of queer and artistic scenes with decades of institutional privilege, did have. It happened without a warning or recourse, without a single attempt at conciliation. Multiple times I have noticed tension building and had asked explicitly for mediation. Every time this was refused. When we're exiling someone for petty political reasons, it works best when they can't tell their own story, but privately vocalizing concerns that I was being abused. I became a public target, presenting a false chronology to observers. Previously, their ostracism had been silent, made simple by the fact that no one cared about what happened to trans femmes who made games. They still don't. The fact that my games had inadvertently made me visible meant that the attack had to be devastatingly public. My fake crimes can commensurate to the amount of disgust required to repel me. This is the danger of the token system. It elevated me to a level of violent politics I was unprepared for. This actually makes me want to round back to the thing that I mentioned before about how, like, brain fart. How specifically within, like, say, a queer community, a marginalized community, even like black community, there is going to be resistance from from fellow queers to jump on accusations of someone being a bad person that has a certain amount of notoriety because, well, people try to deplatform us or try to ruin us with this sort of stuff all the time. So sometimes we have our walls up too much. The thing with James Somerton, for example, we didn't know about H-Bomb's takedown yet. We only knew about was it Todd in the Shadows, and we had watched Todd in the Shadows before a couple of times, but Todd in the Shadows is not expressly to us, from what we had seen of him, was not expressly a left person. And I mean, even so, people on the left have been increasingly transphobic or homophobic lately, at least in American politics. So, like, when we first saw when that was the first part, or the first place we saw criticism of James Somerton, we were immediately like, I don't know, are you sure? But instead of, like, lashing out or commenting on the video, you lie, we try to listen to from multiple directions. And that's the thing too, like, you have to do your due diligence as well. Like, I think it's important to have some amount of it's important to leave some space for there to be miscommunication, or something to have been exaggerated, or whatever way for the accusations to be not as bad or misplaced, or something isn't as it's framed. It's fine to hold that, and it can be very important to hold that. And the more you trust a person or a brand or an artist, the more willing someone is going to be to hold that. But also, by that same measure, that visibility might also breed resentment. And of course, even though famous people who are rich, can have the same visibility as a famous person who is just like internet famous and is essentially just like super poor or like working middle class. Who am I kidding? If you're working middle class, you're super poor. Even in those situations, taking someone down a peg, feeling like you are contributing to a famous person getting what they deserve, it feels good. But sometimes those feelings are misplaced, and you could probably be positioning something like that at, like, say, like a Logan Paul than, say, an Isabel Fall, you know? Few people want to defend a target of disposability. I was told by one person that she couldn't risk losing her job, another that she didn't want to become a target too. That's we've seen both sides of this as well. Being like, I don't feel safe visibly saying that I'm on your side, even though I am, because then I will also be in the Omelus bots. And that's how things keep going as they do, because everyone's afraid of reprisal and no one wants to speak up. I shouldn't say no one, because I want to say that in a lot of these situations there are people who do, but you know, it's drowned out by the people who just go along for the ride. And of course, there's a lot of people who are ambivalent. To some people, it just ends up being like silly internet drama between, I guess in this case, weird queers who make video games. I say weird queers who make video games, but I'm not trying to paint the writer of this article as weird in the same ways that we are, just in case people who are watching want to, you know, dogpile someone that can dogpile us. Though, in terms of interesting, like, sets liberatory stuff, very, very good shit from what we've played of hers. Though, the games we play of hers, we can't play on Twitch or YouTube. We'll have to play it on Picardo or something. Way too spicy. Very few people want to defend a target disposability. I was told by one person that she couldn't risk losing her job. Another, she didn't want to become a target too. I was threatened into not defending myself. Gaslit into silence. Told that people knew things about me that were never explained. When I asked how I could do accountability, when I said I would do whatever they wanted, they said that I was incapable of accountability, that my crime was unknown, and that my sentence was permanent. That this is where the body... This is the point where the body starts to die. Nothing you do will ever be enough. Something that we have in our personal life have changed in our outlook on ourselves and how we have harmed others. We have, in the past, presented ourselves explicitly as an ex-abuser or someone who is trying to move away from being abusive. We felt the need to basically hang a sign around our neck to say, if you get close to this person, they will hurt you and it won't be worth it. And that was self-harm. And I think that, especially in being able to talk to a therapist, even albeit briefly, multiple times after the fact of like the utter collapse of our life that we thought was 100% our fault, we have and talking about it with friends and loved ones, specifically arguing from the perspective that we have done wrong and that we need to like repent, or that even though we're worthy of like love or something, that like we should still be in the hot seat or whatever. After enough of reading stuff like what we're reading right now, of hearing other people's experiences and the tactics and tendencies of people, not just necessarily people in abusive situations, in the sense of purposely trying to otherize people, but also what people do when they don't feel safe, when they feel threatened, and when they do things that they may end up with with hindsight, maybe regretting a little bit of. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that essentially has the same results as people doing these things on purpose, but in recognizing those things, that those things can happen, that these things are nuanced, we're able to hold ourselves in a place that is not self-harm. At least I don't think. But we also want to always keep balance, because we never want to be like, my shit don't stink. We never want to be like, we never did anything wrong. We were never in a bad place. And I think that the whole like lashing out, and the lashing out because of like not being okay, predicating like being kicked out of like community or housing or whatever, is still like a fucked up cycle. And sometimes it happens even when no one's making shit up, I mean, I think that there's a particular picture of the specific trans woman that this happens to, or at least how a particular type of trans woman is perceived, of being an internet addicted boy moding fucking weeaboo, assumed white trans woman with BPD, who smokes tons of weed, and has a complicated relationship with her family and parents, and may or may not be in between housing. I'm basically just I'm just painting a picture of Dorian Gray here. But there is I don't want to even call it a straw man, because there's a lot of people that describes. And people like that get scapegoated. And I think the fact that like a very particular type of person, a particular kind of washout queer person, is going to identify with a lot of stuff that I just said, whether they're trans femme or not. Especially within the spaces of like, say, the people who speak our language are people who have BPD, are probably self-diagnosed with that BPD, have an Ava character that they identify as, and who they use that identification to flagellate themselves when they feel bad, and who just can't seem to keep people in their lives. And it's like, it's very easy to be like, oh, this is this person's own fault. And especially if, you are assumed to be idolizing, or at least being like, he just like me for real, someone like Shinji Ikari. Or any of the washout losers that trans people sometimes, or queer people, tend to identify with. Honestly, someone who breaks that paradigm, I think, is someone like Bridget as like a trans character, or like someone that trans people look up to, and like is very much a like a symbol and a character that a lot of people flock around. Because as far as I understand it, Bridget is not a girl failure. Bridget's not a failure. Not to say that identifying with girl failures or boy failures or them failures is like a failure of your imagination and trying to do better for yourself. because there is coping and understanding and identifying with characters that have your faults, especially that have your faults and still succeed and can find happiness. That shit is a good feeling. But unfortunately, just having like BPD or depression or bipolar disorder or a lot of the other things, especially something like PTSD, which honestly I think BPD should be considered a form of PTSD. I'm gonna be real. I don't want to super go into our thought process on it. Maybe we'll revisit it at some point. But I feel like BPD should just be classified as a subtype of PTSD. I mean, the amount of people who have BPD and complex PTSD, I think anecdotally I've seen a big overlap. But I feel like there is a logic to it, though I haven't looked at any research that may support my claims. I might want to do that before I start flying off the mouth talking for hours about that particular subject. Who else identifies as Masato? I think Masato is certainly a vision of an older Shinji in a lot of ways. I definitely have identified more with Asuka than someone like Shinji or Masato. Maybe what's her face? Lab coat lady. Ugh. And that's the sort of thing. It's like identifying with a character that you have complicated emotions about is an interesting thing, because there's like people who say take the wrong things out of Rick and Morty and go, oh yes, I am me identifying with Rick Sanchez is a symbol of me being better than other people and people just not understanding me because I'm so awesome. There's a person who's like that, who identifies with a flawed character and thinks that they actually have no flaws and the flaw is actually the world. And then there's people who are like, I identify with this heavily flawed character and they are proof that I am fucked up, but that I might have some amount of worth. Maybe. My attackers were expert pathological liars who had been getting away with it for years. Entire fictional realities playing out on their social media accounts like soap operas. Escaping from abuse is the most certain way to become painted as an abuser. And being an abuser is the most sure way to be believed. We're still reconciling with those two sentences to this very day. And I guess it's also because when we see overlaps in stuff that we've experienced from someone that we completely, and this is especially something that's happened in our past, where it's like someone will have a very, very similar experience to what we. It's still buffering. It went down for a second, but apparently we're back. What was I gonna say? As we were trying to process our own stuff, but it felt like we were, the villain in the situation, and there was the burden of fault was pretty much entirely on us. When we interacted with people who had very similar experiences to us, we couldn't help but feel like they were at more fault than they were admitting. And it took a long time for us to move away from that urge, because basically we were doing like an AoE attack on ourself, and there was potential splash damage for the people around us with similar like attributes. And then we recognized that maybe we were less at fault than we originally assumed. Of course, we had been poking at the edges of our own culpability the entire time, because, well, we also were trying to figure out, like, the nuance of it and uncoupling our complicated emotions from it. Because the other thing is, if you are accused of abuse, the worst thing you can do is outright deny it. Well, that feels like a weird like oxymoronic statement, but generally speaking, at least in the like in pop culture, the people who have generally been like, no, I didn't do it, da, 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 often end up being people who did actually do it, actually. And often trying to trivialize what happened and gaslight the accuser. Um, and if you actually believe in like accountability and like justice or whatever, when you're in a situation, even if the situation has been fabricated or the perspective framing is just leaves no grace and no nuance, then you will generally find yourself being like, or sorry, if you're like us, you might find yourself going, the only way this makes sense is if I am bad, regardless of what my own experience or my own internality of what happened was, or my own internality of who I am or what I've done. The only way any of this makes sense is if I take responsibility, because at the end of the day, you know, if I believe in my own shit, I have to be willing to admit when I fuck up. And I mean, especially from a like community leader standpoint, you better be ready to admit when you fuck up. you know? So it kind of works against you sometimes when you do actually believe the social justice shit. Though I would say that it is better to be willing to be critical of yourself than not. It just also, you should be willing to believe yourself at least a little bit. I would think that most people don't have this problem. I think that most people do push back. At least I would think so. Most people don't go, oh yeah, you're right. Although a lot of us slink away, knowing that any response that we do cough up will probably make the situation worse in the short term, just by way of defending ourselves. Well, I'm glad that Evie, I'm glad that it only takes a certain amount of gaslighting for that to happen. Because how we used to be, you didn't even need to gaslight us, or you barely needed to gaslight us. We're still working on it. Please don't gaslight us. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna start this paragraph over. My attackers were expert pathological liars who've been getting away with it for years, and entire fictional realities playing out on their social media accounts like soap opera. Escaping from abuse is the most certain way to become painted as an abuser, and being an abuser is the most sure way to be believed. You know how movies are realer than reality? How the sound effects and physics become so normalized to us that reality seems flat and fake? Talking about abuse is kind of like that. Abusers know what sounds real. They're like expert movie effects artists. Victims are stuck with boring, fake reality. Yeah, because abuse is often mundane. Abuse is not often kicking the dog, as it were. Social media is significant to my story because for a long time, it was my only outlet as a disabled individual barred from many physical spaces, and a way to express myself artistically that traditional outlets were closed to me. However, it came with its own set of problems. When I told another trans person that had been abused, I was told in response that my follower count on Twitter was higher than hers. I can't not laugh at the absurdity of that. That's apples and oranges. I immediately go like, I'm immediately thinking of Britney Spears, because I'm now thinking of the thing I was saying before of like certain people conflating
someone's online visibility with having the capital and influence that being actually rich and famous provides, and in the way of like deplatforming or taking to task someone who is highly visible, you may get the false positive schadenfreude of taking someone to task who is rich and powerful. And in that same way, it's hard for people to decouple that association with, you know, someone who does have like high numbers, or comparatively higher numbers than yours, because they don't even have to be a high enough numbers for it to for them to actually have that much power. I've once seen someone complain about the power that someone with 1K followers had, and it kind of, it made me feel really gross. I'll put it like that. It takes a minuscule, comparatively to the amount of numbers that people count as like doing well or actually being visible, the stuff that the amount of following that someone will not call you a micro celebrity or with an internet fame or recognition spaces. It won't be like, oh well, they're tiny, like anything under like 1 million subs or something, you know. Damn, my brain is flighty today. There's just the sense that if someone has comparably higher numbers than you, then they must comparatively have more power than you, or at least have more people to listen. And I mean, to a degree, it's understandable that someone might reach that conclusion. I mean, for example, someone might say that someone with 1,000 Twitch followers is obviously more influential than someone with 500. It's literally just the numbers. But then there's was it CCV or whatever, like concurrent viewer numbers. That's what most Twitch streamers care about, and why you will send a VTuber spiraling into a panic attack if you tell them they've been losing viewers this stream, or call out their numbers in any way sometimes, because a lot of streamers, especially VTubers, who because of being VTubers, are sequestered in this space of heightened self-awareness and / or vanity, being aware of just how you are or are not being seen can be kind of anxiety inducing in the moment, especially if you know you're like, oh, I'm losing them. Actually, right now, I actually cannot easily see how many people are watching, which feels so lucky. Especially because our numbers have not been good this year. Doesn't mean that our work isn't impactful, but our brain does tell us that it matters less because the number is lower. But when number higher means you dehumanize people because they're way too famous to have problems, that's when paying attention to numbers has gone way too far. I tried talking to people about my poor health, how I needed to withdraw and have space. After unfollowing most people related to games, a subject which was quickly becoming a trigger, I was told that I was manipulative for unfollowing. And my following list on Twitter was scrutinized and brought up as evidence that I still follow certain games, people, and that I was doing this to hurt people. I was pressured not to post about certain things I cared about, crystals, slime, and not to use my favorite emoticons. I was pressured to join in social media smearings of other trans people, which I frequently rebelled against to my detriment, and to retweet things I didn't want to retweet. I really like reading this article and being reminded that not every person who is spouting, say, anti-beliefs, or who is, you know, vehemently canceling whatever queer artist this week, is doing it because they, in their hearts, feel this way. And although the results are the same as someone who does have that, like, prejudice in their hearts or whatever, or that vindictiveness, or that feeling of justified anger,
at least knowing that this happens, that there are people out here who are trying to rile people up explicitly and not just like right wingers. It's sort of a relief. It's sort of a relief. It's a reminder that like not everyone's actually a brick wall. But I will say that if you want to have a constructive conversation with a person about something that, especially in an intercommunity sense, can be divisive, don't have it on the super public internet. Maybe a Discord server, but probably DMs. Probably DMs if you want someone not to be looking over their shoulder the entire time, worried that they'll say the wrong thing and need to perform being insulted or perform caring that much. My Twitter was incompatible with the rest of the network because I mainly posted poetry style tweets that had no connection to anything else. I would be accused of subtweeting or encoding hidden messages into my tweets. People would associate random words in my tweets with some random thing going on in their life, and that I surely must be commenting on. Social media became a scientific metric for my abusers, a set of numbers and behaviors to obsess over and divine hidden messages. The games network constantly abraded against my non-participation, my desire for a safe, therapeutic online space, not a competitive one. Feminist practice of declaring privilege and marginalization became a way to collect information about victims. Look at someone's profile bar for their elemental weakness. This one is just a being on the internet fear, I think, at this point. It's not just like I mean, obviously it's the more visible you are, the more likely it is. And if you are highly visible talking about vulnerable shit, then that's especially going to make this worse. And I definitely am not trying to say, oh, it happens to everyone, it's not a big deal. Quite the opposite. It is one of the worst things about the internet, or one of the worst tendencies, that people will literally look at your profile. People will look at your profile, look at your do not interact, and I'm not a proponent of do not interacts, to be clear. Someone will go to your bio, look at your do not interact, and send you photos of the thing you've labeled do not interact, to give like a petty trolley sort of thing. People will literally send hate mail to like YouTubers in the context of things that they know upset them based on topics that the YouTubers talked about. It's fucked. It's fucked. And video game framing is usually our go-to, and this is some of the most succinct video game symbolism and framing for this. Look at someone's profile bar for their elemental weaknesses. Fucking insane. Being frank about my health problems was never an advantage for me in feminist spaces, only something to be used against me. I was an object. An invalid on a bed that could be infinitely manipulated and extruded through social media to fit the agendas of 1,000 bored strangers. Mouthwashing moments. The ethereal potential of the net had become rigidly hierarchized and numbered to the point where I could be managed and controlled as efficiently as if I were in a 3D space. Mobbing. Call out culture as ritual disposability. Feminist/queer spaces are more willing to criticize people than abusive systems because they reserve the right to use those systems for their own purposes. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the argument of, oh, but if we criticize cops, who will we call when we need to have the cops hurt someone? Of course, there are legitimate reasons to want to call the cops, though most situations literally do not need a violent intervention. And I mean, honestly, that's not what most people are looking for. I mean, they want to be safe, generally, I would hope. I mean, obviously there are a lot of people who weaponize law enforcement, but wanting help in a bad situation is not in and of itself bad. But yeah, is certainly liberal behavior, but it definitely happens even without someone being a lib, that they'll want to use the system to their own benefit and to someone else's detriment, even though they recognize it as bad when it's used against them. At least attacking people can be politically viable, especially in a token system where you benefit directly at by their absence, or where your status as a good feminist is dependent on constantly rooting out evil. When the bounty system calls for the ears of evil people, well, most people have a fucking ear. When I used to curate games, I was approached by people in that abusive community who pressured me not to cover a game by a trans woman. Their reasoning was blatant jealousy, disguised under thin, nauseating film of pretext that covers nearly everything people say about trans people. When I rejected their reasoning and covered the game, the targeting ridicule of disposability turned towards me. What can we learn from this? Besides, lofty processes and queer/feminist spaces are nearly always about some embarrassingly petty shit. It's about the ritual nature of disposability, which has nothing to do with deserving it. Disposability has to happen on a regular basis, like forest fires, keeping nature in balance. So when people write all those apologist articles about call-out culture and other instruments of violence and feminism, I don't think they understand that the people who most deserve those things can usually shrug off the effects, and the normalization of that violence inevitably trickles down and affects the weak. It is as predictable as water. Criminal justice applies punishment under the conceit of blind justice. But we see the results. Prisons are flooded with the most vulnerable, and the rich can buy their way out of any problem. In activist communities, these processes allow a similar pragmatism. Punishment is not something that happens to bad people. It happens to those who cannot stop it from happening. It is laundered pain, not a balancing of scales. If a man does something fucked up, all he has to do is apologize. If that, for feminists to re-embrace him. If a trans woman talks about something fucked up that happened to her, she's told to leave and never fucking come back. Common punishment for infanticide in the Middle Ages was living burial. This was a feminine coded punishment, often reserved for women. One that allowed execution without having to actually be there at the moment of death. This line of thought pervades feminine punishment to this day. One of the most common tools of exclusion is through mobbing, which is rarely talked about because, unlike rape, murder, etc., it's not easily dependent on a single person or scapegoat. Mobbing is emotional abuse practiced by a group of people, usually peers, over a period of time, through methods such as gaslighting, rumor mongering, and ostracism. It's most documented in workplace or academic environments, key points of capitalist tension, but is thoroughly institutionalized into feminist, queer, and radical spaces as well. Here's why it is horrible. 1. It has an unusually strong power to damage the victim's relationship to society, because it can't be written off as an outlier, as some singular monster. It reveals a fundamental truth about people that makes it difficult to trust ever again. People become like aliens, like a pack of animals that can turn on you as soon as some mysterious pheromone shift marks you for death. The more we've read this one, the more our brain reacts to it, because I feel like that perfectly describes the fear that we've had. Last week, someone asked Fantasia if if she feared that people would, based on like our interests and kinks, think we want to hurt children or something. And it's like, yeah, we do fear that. Of course we do. How can someone not? Uh, I mean, when as little as being queer can mark you as that. And there is a sense of like certain words or phrases being used, and it immediately souring a conversation that was happening in good faith, you know? In a similar way that, like, if you're having a conversation with like the average person or a lay person in terms of like, say, like leftist politics or communism or something, you can more than likely easily get someone to agree with like, like free healthcare for all, or even a universal basic income. But as soon as you use words like communism or shit, even unions, they might react badly because of how those things have been propagandized to be bad. And I guess in that same way, not knowing what place someone is coming from, it can be really scary that you'll have a conversation with them about something and it can just turn sideways so easily. And it makes you feel like you don't have a good grasp on human behavior or whatever, and it certainly increases the desire to isolate because you never know when someone will act, at least from the perspective of the person on the receiving end of this switch, as like like in a logical happening that cannot be predicted. Of course, there are certain things that can be predicted based on the context of the quote unquote pheromone shift. But in the end, and we've definitely experienced this when we've had conversations go sideways, and sometimes the going sideways isn't someone feeling unsafe around us or being friends with us or being in community with us even. Well, maybe the last part. But we've even had it once where someone was essentially having a like an anxiety attack or a meltdown based on the fear and guilt they felt based on the not necessarily punishment from like how people might feel that they weren't like necessarily jumping on a bandwagon of this thing is bad, but more in that same way of, if this makes for this to make sense, I have to be bad. Their acceptance of oh, you can like be into certain things and it doesn't reflect on your character or your morality necessarily, but still feeling like shit and having this catch-22 of, but the zeitgeist or like the general vibe in the room says that I can't support this or that I can't be okay with this. If I'm okay with this, then I am bad. And that has reverberated through us. We don't just fear the pheromone shift of, oh, now this person is like aggressive towards us. We fear the pheromone shift of, we have just made this person feel fear for their life because for them to in any way be in community with us once they've been quote unquote compromised, then they have to recognize the real the real possibility of their own social death, because the ridicule turns to those who don't comply. And that's fucking terrifying. The insidious nature of emotional abuse. Oh, sorry. The context of these. Wow, this is a long sentence. Mobbing is an emotional abuse practiced by a group of people, usually peers, over a period of time through methods such as gaslighting, rumor mongering, and ostracism. It's often documented in workplace or academic environments, but is thoroughly institutionalized in the feminist, queer, and radical spaces as well. Here is why it is horrible. Yes, the pheromone shift, and not trusting people.
And 2. Insidious nature of emotional abuse. How do you fight ostracism and rumors? They leave no bruises, they just starve you. Mobbing typically occurs in places where the victim is trapped by some need or obligation, work, school, circle of friends. This can prolong exposure to damaging extremes. For these reasons, PTSD is an almost inevitable outcome for any protracted mobbing case. In ideological spaces, the damage is exacerbated by the fact that the victims are often earnest people who take their ideas to heart and can understand why the culture is going contrary to its own messages. They appease, self-incriminate, blame themselves, anything to be a good person. They don't want to fight. Fighting sickens them. Fighting is scary. Fighting is very scary. Even for us. Pushing back, oof. From a report by the Australian House of Representatives Education and Employment Committee, 90% of people being bullied make the comment, "I just want it to stop." They don't want to go down a formal path, just want the behavior to stop. Those who participate, even unwillingly, feel compelled to invest in the narrative of victims as monsters in order to protect their self-perception as a good person. Group violence creates group culpability. For their ego, they trade the career, health, and community, and sometimes life of the victim. Mobbing is witch hunts. One lesson we can draw from the return of witch hunting is that this form of persecution is no longer bound to a specific historic time. It is taken life of its own, so that the same mechanisms can be applied to different societies whenever whether there are people in them that have to be ostracized and dehumanized. Witchcraft accusations, in fact, are the ultimate mechanism of alienation and estrangement, as they turn the accused, still primarily women, into monstrous beings, dedicated to the destruction of their communities, therefore making them undeserving of any compassion and solidarity. Silvia Federici. That's a good that's a good quote. It's a pretty good quote. I can't say anything bad. Well, I mean, the reality of what it's describing is bad, but like very good. Very good very good analysis of that occurrence. Ugh. The term witch hunt is thrown around a lot, but let's look at it, what it really means. Witch hunts, as described by Silvia Federici, were responses to shifts in capital accumulation, as is slavery, to jury-rig the perpetual self-destructing machine of capitalism. Huge amounts of violence are required to obtain captive labor, femme and non-white. The effect is to devalue our labor as much as possible, and to destroy the bonds between marginalized people. You see this in games and tech spaces where the intense amounts of competition and capital accumulation, both physical and social, are a breeding ground for mobbing. But the popular two-sided discussion of mobbing as carried out in numerous clickbait articles ignores the fact that mobbing goes all the way down. Even as white cis women struggle for safety, they participate in the exclusion of others, creating a hierarchy of labor and competition, because mobbing is a form of capitalist violence. The popular discussion, conducted by those who are intrinsically intertwined with the flow of capital, must omit the nuances of mobbing in favor of a narrative that is about replacing uncool, regressive, masculine consumerism with liberal feminist consumerism. When people are scapegoated happen to be from the most disadvantaged backgrounds, the culture calls it coincidence, clutching our respectable counterparts to their chests like pearls, a talisman of tokens to ward away reality. Sexual menace. I saw a queer black woman struggling to survive by her art, falsely accused of rape by a white queer. The call-out was extremely vague and loaded with strong words designed to elicit vigilante justice.
Immediately, hundreds of other white queers jumped on the bandwagon. Many of them likely didn't know either of the people involved. Accusations of sexual menace are a key weapon used against marginalized people in feminist spaces because they arouse people's disgust like no other act. The threat of black skin on innocent white, of trans bone structures on ethereal cis skeletons. It's as common for many of us as catcalling or any other form of ubiquitous harassment that cis feminists talk about, except no one wants to talk about it. It's a way for the dominant people in the group to take us aside and say, "You are not welcome here," or "Do this thing you don't want to do or I'll ruin your life." But frequently it happens without any particular thesis, just as a general tool to keep us destabilized and vulnerable. Don't forget who you really are in the unspoken hierarchy. I think a lot of this coercion makes me like hyper aware of the thing that's been going around recently, especially like when November hit and everyone knew that, you know, the president who was going to be president was going to be president. And a phrase started going around of "don't comply in advance." Also, I think that was part of our problem as well. Complying in advance of being told that we've done harm and being held in a space that made it hard for us to function, let alone work towards being healthier. In the midst of that, we felt kind of like in limbo. I think that the desire to comply in advance is very much like a fawning thing. It's something that we've fallen into a lot of times. I feel like it kind of goes into that thing of like, it'll be better if you apologize, if you know, like come clean, tell the truth, you know, be honest, be vulnerable, you know, that sort of thing. But just like how some people say that people like prey on a certain amount of visible vulnerability, or people might take advantage of someone's excessive kindness. If someone wanted you to do a thing or was already going to be leaning positive towards you doing a thing that helps them and hurts you, and and you're complying in advance, they're not gonna say, "Wow, you're complying in advance. You know you don't have to do that, right?" No, they're gonna be like, "Yeah, you should." And for those of us who want to please, who want to be better, who want to prostrate ourselves in order to make things right, it's tempting. It's tempting to not just go, "Oh, wait, if I do what I know they want to do before they even ask, then it'll be fine, or at least it'll be better, right?" In a lot of cases, not so much. Mobbing uses these rumors to trade a vague suspicion of the actual reality of violence. It's like turning the corner and watching someone on the street having their teeth kicked in by a mob who assures you that just before you appeared, this person had committed some mysterious act which justifies limitless brutality. Damage. PTSD as disposability alchemy. I was, in fact, beaten until I had brain damage, for a long period of time. Unlike some other survivors of trauma, I was unable to heal because I was never spared from the source of the danger. I was never given the chance to vent, to express myself, to tell my side of the story. But I had to keep working, harder than ever, while being constantly exposed to violence.
The pressure on me was not merely to survive, but to display no signs of the incredible amounts of damage pouring into me daily, to never display the slightest hint of anger, to never cry, to not argue with people telling me horrible things. Every hint of damage was an excuse to further isolate and demonize me. The cost of resisting disposability was PTSD. It was catching a lethal amount of negative energy with my body and becoming a poison processing factory. My job is wired to give me electrical shocks. What do you do when your alternative is homelessness? The allostatic load is the wear and tear on the body, which grows over time when an individual is exposed to repeated or chronic stress. Stress hormones such as epinephrine and cortisol, in combination with other stress mediating physiological agents such as increased myocardial workload, decreased smooth muscle tone in the gastrointestinal tract, and increase coagulation effects, have protective and adaptive benefits in the short term, yet can accelerate pathophysiology when they are overproduced or mismanaged. This kind of stress can cause hypertension and lead to heart disease. Constant or even irregular exposure to these hormones can eventually induce illness and weaken the body's immune system. To cover up the abuse and protect the reputation of the games industry, it was deemed worthwhile to lower my lifespan, weaken my immune system, and permanently damage my body. Woof. Even if I drank multiple cups of water before bed, I wake up with severe dehydration. An interesting side effect of being trans from more hormones is that spironolactone, an anti-androgen, is a diuretic, so the dehydrating effects of stress are added to the dehydration effects of my gender. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Tipping it over to agonizing extremes, the unspoken task of pursuing both gender and a career. The amount of water in my body is political. This article has a lot of good one-liners. Epinephrine can smooth the gastrointestinal tract? Apparently. Actually, this is not the first I'm hearing of it. We've read this article like 4 or 5 times at this point. I wake up feeling burnt, damaged, corroded. I crawl up from an insane, nauseating, unreal pit and slowly come back to the world. I have constant headaches. By the end of the day, my neck and left arm are aching from nervous tics. I forget things rapidly. Triggers leave me exhausted and panicking at inconvenient times, sometimes for days or weeks. My hair fell out in handfuls. I still have a nervous tic of running my hands through my hair to pull out loose strands. Having PTSD is like breaking a limb and never being able to rely on it as strongly. The sudden weakness of standing on it felt wrong. Suddenly being unable to hold something. A fatigue and spasm of nerves. It became difficult to diagnose other medical problems because of the all-consuming nature of the symptoms. It became difficult to talk about what happened to my body in general. When my hairdresser asked, the only way to explain the damage was by saying I had been in a car accident. Attacks on marginalized artists go beyond merely denying them access to networks. They also damage a person's faculties of expression. For a long time, PTSD deprived me of the privilege of being a multi-temporal being. The space of time I was able to safely think about shrunk to about a minute. Larger projects, the kind most tied to communal value and to the media coverage apparatus, were difficult for me due to the traumatic potential of expanding my aperture of time. The diversity-centric system expects more jobs to fix the problem, ignoring how long we've been damaged and made unfit for their jobs. They encourage the strong woman stereotype because it means taking the damage onto themselves.
We need more jobs and we need more social reintegration. I think the encouraging the strong woman stereotype because it means taking damage onto ourselves really reminds me of a big critique of dialectical behavioral therapy, which is something that has at least the philosophy of it and like reading and like working through it and I guess in a workbook form CBT has helped us tremendously. However, we recognize what some people criticize about it, especially in its the value that is placed on it by power structures, because it is something that a dialectical behavioral therapy uh, generally, I guess if it's successful, will allow a person a greater degree of like emotional and mental resiliency, to be able to see things like from more than one or like from two angles at once, a dialectical like two, not having like a binary view of things, you know. And especially when it has to do with some of the BPD-ish tendencies of like these strong emotional reactions of fearing abandonment, of these factors that make you feel like you're standing on uneven ground emotionally all the time, and then one more hit will KO you. um, there is a value from like the capitalist perspective of just having more emotionally resilient workers even as times become hard, because a big thing about DBT is also the awareness of the power you hold, and like a lot of it has to do with like that sort of philosophy you might find of I can only control myself or my reactions to things. It can lead to a sort of radical taking the burden of bad things happening onto yourself, and in a toxic way it is kind of what led us to continuously question our own shit. I guess we weren't thinking dialectically in that case. We were thinking binarily, that only one thing could be possible at a time. The only we could have done harm, and that we deserved any response to that harm or to that toxicity. And in a similar way, DBT can, or sorry, CBT. No, DBT. DBT can make someone more willing to put up with, say, institutional bullshit of like just unfair things in their lives, people being unhospitable, because in a way it's like being the bigger person therapy. It does have a lot to do with a certain type of maturity that we highly value, but its purpose when cognitive behavioral therapy's purpose when it is encouraged to be used in the medical field by the capitalist class is essentially telling on themselves, in the sense that it's not because it's really good at its goals of making people more functional, unless it has to do with making them more functional to do work. If you see where I'm going with it. So
Just like that, anything that encourages marginalized people to put up with the bullshit that is thrown at them constantly is going to be valued because it is a way to keep things the way that they are externally while just encouraging people to change the way they look at things. You know, not to say that the changing your perception about things is bad. Like I said, cognitive behavioral therapy has certainly been a big help to us. Maybe one of the reasons that we're alive, even. I've gone to doctors multiple times, and they said they found nothing wrong with me. Really? Nothing wrong with you? Now you know that's malpractice. I don't know. I mean, from a mental health perspective is what I'm kind of talking about. I don't know like what physical things you may have going on, Jen, but like I don't know. When you get abused, you tend to pick up PTSD, so I would imagine you have at least that. Though I think when you have like certain physical ailments that are being caused psychosomatically, not to say that is what you're experiencing, but sometimes those things do happen. Unfortunately, some people, including doctors, might assume that all of your symptoms are psychosomatic instead of just some of them. Communication. Inability to share stigma. Traumatic events destroy the sustaining bonds between individual and community. Those who have survived learn that their sense of self, of worth, of humanity depends upon feeling a connection to others. The solidarity of a group provides the strongest protection against terror and despair, and the strongest antidote to traumatic experience. Trauma isolates. The group recreates a sense of belonging. Trauma shames and stigmatizes. The group bears witness and affirms. Trauma degrades the victim. The group exalts her. Trauma dehumanizes the victim. The group restores her humanity. Judith Herman, Trauma and Recovery. Oh yeah, I forgot that there was these really good quotes in this article. Like fucking Christ. I can only imagine how her skin was on fire writing all this. I mean, going back to the beginning, what was it? I am too sick to write this article. That the writing about my injuries is like performing an interpretive dance after breaking every bone in my body. Yeah. Rough time. It also sucks that the burden of understanding also lays on victims. It is overwhelmingly victims who have to contextualize and contextualize and recontextualize and explain and re-explain and reframe for people to understand what happens and for people to have access to empathy sometimes. It's enough to make you want to give up on connection while at the same time recognizing that you need to be connected with others, that you need community to survive, to not even just to survive, to live. I mean, it's the canaries in the coal mines that are putting on the like longest fucking TED Talks, and then getting sent deeper into the mines. The worst thing is not having other survivors to commiserate with. I can think of people who went through similar situations and were defeated, reintegrated. Their stories are paraded through feminist spaces, saturated through social media, and every time I'm exposed to them, I feel less safe, not more. This enhances my feelings of dehumanization. Why was I not worth protecting in the exact same situation? I must not be human like them. I often have the overwhelming physical sensations of having a dead person in my life, someone as close as an identical twin.
The sensation is of me being the only one still alive after a terrible accident, lingering like an unshriven thing. The inability to share stigma is even worse than the original act of violation. The greater part of a wound is in its inability to heal. I think that's why also we feel like certain things that we've been soapboxy about. We've been more soapboxy about, like, say, the Lowly Show stuff, like in our personal spaces or in a lot less visible spaces. And I think part of that is obviously, you know, not wanting to open ourselves up so much to harassment by just having like a bunch of like blue sky threads or something about it. Also, like reaching people that way, I think with something like that is a little bit ineffective. Um, but also like you feel like when you've held it in for so long and you've seen all the stuff and you have like all these takes and you feel like something in you has like curdled and you feel like there's an amount of salt on your tongue when you talk about the stuff because it's been inside you for so long. um it tends to not come out in the best ways or in the best explained ways. Or it comes out more often than you would like, or the people around you would like, because you feel the need to get out of your system. And it's something that we've been trying to be aware of. But also, we've been a little bit tiptoey about it because we also like really value other people's comfortability and want to make people as comfortable as possible before getting into these tough topics, despite the fact that like the space that we've been trying to build community wise and with our brand and stuff has had something to do with having hard nuanced conversations sometimes, and you know, giving people the benefit of the doubt and listening to them, and understanding that things aren't simple. But you know, that fear still happens, and as much as a lot of people, even some furries, would loathe to truly to themselves admit, humans are animals. We react in certain predictable ways based on certain circumstances. Doesn't mean we don't have individuality, but we certainly we have a track record for reacting certain ways, especially in the context of some of the stuff we're talking about here, where it's like you get traumatized and then you seek to not be traumatized, so you want to find an in group to protect you from being traumatized, and then you fear ostracization because you know it will lead to more trauma and perhaps even death. And you know, talking about the stuff that upsets us sometimes, especially when it's not like the capital the capital the capital L like big stuff the leftists are talking about, sometimes makes us feel like we are like diverting attention away from the stuff that people should be talking about, as if a diversity of thought and like praxis or intention or even a diversity of theory topics isn't fucking important, because it is. I mean, even beyond just the simple thing of sometimes someone just needs a space to like let that stuff out. Would you believe that part of the reason I'm even talking about this on stream was a fucking post of someone complaining about the insincerity of people who tell queers that they don't agree with that they should just get therapy, or queers they think they're gross often as well. Because we also have a bone to pick with people who go, you should get therapy. Because it's a way to trivialize and write people off, and usually does not come from a place of actual care. And even sometimes when it does, it comes from such a place of ignorance that it's incredibly insulting and not at all useful. One I can now approximate to recurrent chronic gastrointestinal pain. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Like panic attacks, increased cortisol, like all that stuff. Yeah, totally. I hate that the doctors didn't even think about that. I mean, um, I don't want to say that's the exact sort of context that we got uh, diagnosed with like generalized anxiety disorder, but you know, where there's smoke, there's fire, in a lot of cases, or at least something you should look for. Do you think our experience with the local ADBL scene constitutes abuse? I think that's a hard question for me to answer, and I guess uh, the important thing for us personally when faced with the situation of was XYZ that I experienced abuse, I want to say, what do you think? Not to say that I don't want to engage with the context of what you're saying, because I definitely do. But more so, I want to say like your opinion of it matters too. And in a weird way, even if I say that it's not, that doesn't mean that I'm right. Or at least it's not, even if it's not what I believe, that doesn't mean that that is going to be compatible with your truth. Now, within the context of what we're reading, I feel a certain, I feel like the vibe in the room right now would be to say yes, unequivocally yes. However, I think that you should also keep in mind like what you think and how you value things. I never want to encourage someone to go, no, it's the children who are wrong, type shit, you know, where it's like you can't admit any sort of like wrongdoing or fault or like fuck up, like that would suck. But at the same time, I think that you should value your own context and your own experience as well. And I know, I figure that is something you struggle with, and believing that you're right-headed about things, that you're not just being like a toxic shitheel. We've struggled with some of those same things. Why we recognize that and resonate with what you are saying. Literally the very last therapist we had a conversation about not such a community based occurrence of what could be considered abuse, but something a lot closer, a lot more individual and personal. So the context is a little bit different, but I remember we had a conversation where upon us being like, hey, was this thing that happened to us abuse? His answer kind of create a paradigm shift in us, because it wasn't just that he was like, well, do you think it was abuse? It was also the recognition that we soon had of, we really wanted someone to tell us that it was. It can be very liberating, especially like in the as a survivor of abuse. I would say that it is one near universal experience of abused people, or many abused people, I will say, is the recognition of someone else to something that's happened to you that you have either maybe repressed, or you are framed in a way that allows you to cope with it while not really taking into full account the weight of the thing. Of you telling it like a funny story, or maybe you venting about it, but venting about it like in the same way you might vent about the weather. and someone like taking a beat and going, wait, really? Or that's fucked up. Some way in which something that happened to you, or something that reflects something that happened to you, triggers a disgust response, or a response of being just being upset based on something that happened to you that you didn't realize was as heavy a topic or an occurrence as it was. A lot of this article originally for us has been that. Um, and there are little ways that that happens, and I think that having those moments is valuable, and part of that is having that outside perspective, because we do seek outside perspectives, and that's what we did to recognize like our context of like, okay, like I want as many perspectives on this as possible to recognize where my blind spots are, because nuance. But when we realized, when talking to a therapist, that we wanted someone to give us permission to not just say it was our fault, that we wanted permission to be able to think from a place that was that didn't start from the premise of we started on the wrong foot. It was groundbreaking for us. It changed everything, and things still suck in our brain. We're still very traumatized, and there's a lot of stuff that we still need to like figure out. And the way we want to navigate it is certainly not the way a lot of people want to navigate it, I'm sure. But all that being said, I think that if you feel that it was, then I think that that's important to hold and keep in mind. Even if it doesn't match onto everyone's view of like community, like a community abusing an individual, it certainly wasn't fair or right, as I understand it. You may want to reiterate the context of your experiences, but generally, if I remember correctly, it was it wasn't you just being a jerk, I'll say. I would consider their leader abusive for several reasons and overall staff neglectful, but also recognize where I went wrong. Then you're on the right track, I think. Personal responsibility is not bad, but it's also good to not hoist all that responsibility onto yourself, especially when you're an individual and is more than just a single individual who may have instigated things or made things inhospitable in whatever way. And it's funny, I have not even talked a lot about ADBL stuff because the like Lily Show stuff is the stuff that we're currently in processing of. The ADBL stuff, like we spent a long time processing like the morality surrounding that. Even though like there are people who still react to it in very same and similar ways, and there's still lots of ways we need to navigate that. I mean, we had the whole presentation about stuff happening with our Affinity and Patreon, and the increased scrutiny and fear mongering of like certain like kinks and like sexual practices, and the depictions of them in media, and how small artists can even be allowed to be visible and show off their work and maybe even get paid for it. Like that's a whole thing. It has a lot to do with lots of other things besides like our particular target of critical interest right now, in terms of like stuff that people would get dogpiled over. But like ADBL still gets so ABDL by itself, even people who are doing like a safer work version of it, even people who are in the agery community, for example, specifically or whatever, Whew. Yeah, it's not a fun time. Not a fun time. Still, people are getting scapegoated left and right. It's still a an extra cherry on top of like a call out post. You know, still not a great place to be in terms of acceptance. Acceptance, I think, um, in the grand scheme of things. Why was I not worth protecting in the exact same situation? I must not be human like them. I often have the overwhelming physical sensation of having a dead person in my life, someone as close to an identical twin. The sensation is of me being the only one still alive after a terrible accident, lingering like an unshriven thing. The inability to share stigma is even worse than the original act of violation. The greater part of a wound is its inability to heal. Inadmissible narratives of abuse number 1. The number of narrative of abuse on social media doesn't include the problems of the most vulnerable, like how public verbal harassment may only be an ultimately minor part of a trans film's exile. The most skilled abusers know what a good exile that a good exile is done with pure silence through the whisper network, by having the person wake up one day and have every second or third person she knows or who practices her profession block her and or stop talking to her. No one tells her why. She has to painstakingly talk to every friend, every contact, every person who would normally have a cheerful conversation with. The electric shocks of knowing that every simple human interaction you have with a friend or stranger could turn into a nightmare of victim blaming or worse. A cold iciness where they pretend nothing is wrong. Imagine repeating that experience hundreds and hundreds of times with no way to end it. After the noise, the long years of silence are what kills us. The back channels that should be used to protect people from abusers and rapists are instead used to protect abusers and rapists. Any usefulness these channels have is reserved for real women. No one warned me about any of the comically large number of predators in my professions. I was considered unrapeable, unabusable, not worthy of protection. A trans femme can try to talk about her experiences of abuse for years and have no one listen. But the instant one of her abusers smears her, everyone is alert and awake. Ain't that right? Holy fuck, this is literally what I went through. Oh, huh. Do you think that you were abused? One reason it took me so sorry, that was a leading question after the conversation. I'm being sarcastic. But I do think it's important to have your own processing, and I'm glad that this is helping you recontextualize what's happened. One reason it took me so long to talk about my experiences that I was associated. Sorry. One reason it took me so long to talk about my experiences was that I associated being able to speak against abuse with being an abuser. Because every abuser throughout my life was so good at being believed, I thought that being believed was an exclusive domain of abusers. This is why my first months in therapy were spent convincing me that I wasn't a psychopath, crazy, abusive, or any of the other terms I had been brainwashed with. Abusers don't spend years disabled by these thoughts because they don't care if they hurt other people. There is a certain sort of language that work that we resonate with. Very much catches with us that we aren't always fully on board with. That game that we really liked, Blast Damage Days, had a similar moment. And it's just like this sense of essentializing abusers in one way or another. And as someone who legitimately thought of themselves as an abuser and was trying their best to, fix themselves, I think that it's interesting because on one hand, within the context that I just spoke about our own context, or within the context we spoke about our own experience, one could use that last sentence to say, well, obviously you weren't an abuser because you wouldn't be disabled by these thoughts. Because, you know, what this last sentence is kind of implying that abusers do not have remorse. I don't believe that. I don't believe that, and BoJack Horseman as a show feels like a huge testament and a huge pillar in our life to like a philosophical inquiry of that line of thinking. Not to say that this isn't a like valuable things to talk about. And in terms of like, you know, this person's truth, and say with the context of saying something as strong language as brainwashing, which some people might go, oh, that's really strong language, and I mean it is. I try never to use the term brainwashing, even when I'm talking about people being indoctrinated by like, you know, like right-wing conspiracy theories, because brainwashing to me has a connotation of like almost science fiction, of like mind control. And you can like deteriorate someone's mind. You can certainly make someone more like willing to comply with stuff, but like brainwashing, how like the concept of brainwashing for us in that term is so loaded that it almost has like a cartoon level of weight when used in a conversation like this. Though also, victims are going to be more likely to use very strong language to get their point across, especially if they have a history of not being believed. And we will definitely choose strong words when talking about stuff that happened to us and the effects of that stuff. And I'm saying us not just in the sense of saying, yeah, like I'm a victim or whatever, but or a survivor. That's the more like person first language type of respectable term for that. But like, I think it's tricky. I think it's tricky because I think that survivors should have space to be able to use that strong language. And for like something like this is highly visible on the internet, to not be criticized too heavily for that strong language in the context of, you know, recognizing the harm that's been done and how people react to it and how people talk when they're talking about something that is so that has such a strong effect on like their life and stuff. And it does feel that strong in that cartoon way, especially looking backwards and being like, how did I believe that I was this evil person? You know, it does feel like being brainwashed in that context that I just mentioned. Like, when I say the word, I immediately imagine like fucking Woody the Woodpecker, like in front of like a screen of TVs, like 28 days later with like eyes, like, you know, forcibly opened up. But people can be conditioned slowly into accepting things that they would not accept if they were thrown into the deep end of like these bad experiences, you know. So it's not to. I definitely don't want to attempt to trivialize the role that gaslighting plays. Nor do I want to make it out to seem as though abusers, especially ones that are not trying to become better or trying to not be abusive, don't have plans and aren't like choosing to do fucked up shit. Or like ignoring like a sense of morality, especially like in, you know, feminist spaces. I mean, obviously, there's people who believe their own bullshit, and that's very often the case. But I would like to say that, despite the fact that our tune has changed on like our individual, like, how we individually see what's happened with us in our past, we still want to hold the things that we've learned from that. And one of those things that we learned is that, like, because of the inextricable links between suffering abuse and the maladaptive behaviors that either lead to doing similar abuse, that can lead to doing similar abuse yourself, or just, being wrong-headed or holding very strong, possibly toxic opinions about things. Like, say, a victim of CSA who is uncomfortable with any sort of neoteny in fiction that reminds them of their own abuse, and feeling as though people who are, say, like Age players or Lonely Shadow fans are like bad people, doesn't mean that they're not valid in their pain, But if someone were to, I don't know, be abused by their husband and then get really famous writing a bunch of children's books, and decide that the abuse that she suffered meant that it was justifiable to label an entire group of people as groomers and people who are trying to steal the rights of women for themselves, doesn't mean that the suffering that person suffered is inconsequential. Certainly. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that they weren't. It doesn't mean that they never have second doubts. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that how to put this simply so I can move on. Not every abuser is like Yagami. Some abusers are like flying by the seat of their pants and reacting immediately to the things in front of them, or like was talked about in this article before, people bandwagoning on abusive behaviors because they fear that they will be the targets of harassment and abuse if they do not comply and they not join in. But then again, I could be splitting hairs, because by that same logic, someone could even go, well, these people are being used as tools for abuse and they're not being abusers themselves. But at that point, then it is it becomes a little bit too semantical to be useful, in my opinion. Though I did feel very strongly about that sentence. I also think that on the other hand, it sometimes it kind of lets abusers off the hook to say that they would not have like remorse or second thoughts or guilt, because the second a human being has those things, they might go, "Oh, I have remorse and guilt. That means I'm a good person." I think that's literally a BoJack Horseman, like a BoJack Horseman scene. Like sometimes one thinks that thinking critically about their bad past behavior means that they have somehow processed it and that they won't do it again, or that they're it's okay actually because they were hurt. So it's something I wanted to call attention to. Oh, it's Sonny. Welcome. Hope the stream isn't too explosively triggering. God, I feel like the stream might be like a bazooka of triggers, honestly. I don't think my abusers will ever face any traditional or idealized form of justice. And the truest thing is accepting that and moving on with your scars is the way to go about it, however unfair it feels. I feel like that's a different tangent altogether. Um, and that's scary that you have to come to accept that because it'll tear you apart. It'll tear you apart. Um, and I mean, like, even someone who in some people's eyes may like redeem themselves, like that doesn't mean that that harm is just erased, obviously. Someone could hurt you, go on to change how they treat people after reflecting on it, and they could even go and tell you that they personally wanted to let you know that they're not hurting people anymore and they're not going to treat people like they treated you. Even in that case, you might still want some fucking justice, and you might not get it. You probably won't, especially if they're like protected in a way where they could easily say to you, I'm sorry I did this to you, and admit that they did it to you, but outside of that they could easily just deny it up and down and live their life uh, without any shakeup, externally at least. It's a rough place to be, especially because to one degree, you know, we want to make things right. Although a lot of times making things right can feel like it should come from a place of, you know, revenge, even if it's not. And that's also something that I think comes up where it's like, if someone is seeking to like blow the whistle or make someone's abuse visible, they might be seen as trying to gain favor, trying to look cool, you know, that sort of thing, trying to steal that person's fame, or something like that. And even in situations where someone might be believed, at least in a general sense, or maybe the person being called out is known to be like an asshole and it wouldn't be a stretch for them to have done it, there can still be a level of it getting written off and responsibility just not being there, even if everyone is kind of like, yeah, he probably did it, because people can get insulated from that, can get insulated by like privilege and power. Gosh, I feel like we've veered so far outside. Well, I think I'm still within reasonable tangents, but gosh, I feel like it's been going on for so long. 2 hours and 40 minutes. It's so easy to talk about this sort of shit for 3 to 4 hours, like fucking clockwork. Should have known, honestly. Okay, I'm not gonna speed run this, but I am going to try not to go quite as slow. Though I will be still responding to everyone. Yeah, it is hard to read. I'm almost at the bottom of the page. Inadmissible narratives of abuse number 2. And when verbal harassment does occur, it often is cloaked in feminist language, making it impossible to fight. If they call a woman a bitch, people comprehend that as misogyny, but they call trans femmes things that are harder to respond to: rapist, pedophile, male conditioning, etc. They call those things so bad that even denying them is destructive. Who wants to stand up in public and say they aren't those things? Who has the privilege to not get called those things in the first place? When I look at cis women these days, the first thing I think is, I bet no one ever casually called her a rapist. No notes? When I was really bad, I wrote, build the shittiest thing possible. Build out of trash because all I have is trash. Trash materials, trash bodies, trash brain syndrome. Build in the gaps between storms of chronic pain. Build inside the storms. Move a single inch and call it a victory. Mold my sexuality towards immobility. Lie here, leaking water from my eyes like a statue covered in melting frost. Zero affect. Build like moss grows. What? Build like moss grows. Build like crystals harden. Give up. Make your art the merest displacement of molecules at your slightest quiver. Don't build in spite of the body. Fail on their terms. Build with the body. Immaculate is boring and impossible. Health-based aesthetic. Wow. I feel like we're gonna be taking those vibes into our the visual novel we're making with Genesis. Very much where we're at. Also, this is reminding me of Menhura culture. If you're not aware of Menhura culture, it is like a Japanese. It's adjacent to like Japanese anime culture, like, and of course in America and the West, like weeaboos. Specifically like mental healthness, or I shouldn't say mental healthness in the sense of, oh yes, we're all just very aware of our mental health and trying to be better. No, some would definitely say it's a romanticization of a mental illness specifically. If you're aware of that one game about being a streamer, needy streamer overload, the game is like Menhura stack all over. If you've ever seen a like an alt girl with like fucking cutesy band-aids and a bunch of like self-harm scars, that's Menhura. There's even a mascot of sorts, Menhura-chan, which is often there's a version of Menhura-chan that is often a cross post for like, what was it, boy motor trans films, especially in like the anime space, or the anime fandom space, I should say. And I mention all of this, not just build the shittiest thing possible. The build out of trash because trash is all I have. Trash materials, trash bodies, trash brain syndrome. This in particular got me thinking like this because, okay, so in the vibes of, oh, sometimes I prefer someone literally saying that I am like a piece of POS that has harmful who has harmful rhetoric, and they wouldn't trust them around, and they wouldn't trust me around their children. I sometimes would rather someone say that than the fucking the weird thing. It's not weird, I should say it's like condescending. The condescending thing of, oh, you're just hurt and confused, or, oh, you're an abuse victim and I feel so sorry that you've fallen into the lie that this is helping you. This is actually just hurting you, or whatever. It's the type of people who are like, yeah, tell your therapist about your weird kinks and see how fast they like report you, or tell you that you're like going down a road that'll like self-destruct you or something, you know? I think that when you have reasons to feel that things you like or your identity or whatever predisposes you to being a bad person, when you feel that the stories that you want to tell as an artist are not worth telling, or that maybe people will get too mad at you for telling them. I think about the creator of The Coffin of Andy and Lele, for example. Especially with the increased harassment once someone thought that maybe the person was trans, and it's still not confirmed whether or not the developer of that game is or not, and it shouldn't fucking matter. However, there is a lot of fear of like creating problematic work, and there is this weird catch-22 because if where you're coming from is this, trash bodies, trash brain place. If you have been abused in a lot of ways, if you picked up on like say if you are an abuse victim and you have like a consensual non-consent kink, for example, and you make a game exploring non-consent and that sort of thing, then you might have the trouble of someone telling you that you shouldn't have made that game, or that you shouldn't have written that story, or at least it shouldn't have been public. And you're facing this thing of, maybe people say that it's okay for you to make this type of art, but it shouldn't be seen. And then you think to yourself, okay, well, I need to make art that can be seen. And you want to make art that can be seen and is like respectable or whatever, and doesn't like rub the community the wrong way, or is like an embarrassment or whatever. And you're sitting there making art that you're forcing yourself to make out of a need to be palatable. And I think that often enough you'll find that an artist doing that will not be putting their whole fucking foot in their work, because why would they? And in that sense, it's like, it's a catch-22. On one hand, I can make stuff that people will generally not like shit on, or at least shit on less than the stuff that I want to make. But then I'm not making earnest art, and someone might even not even be interested in it, because they can tell, because sometimes people can tell when someone did not put their, when someone held back, when someone seemed to approach a line and then retreat back from it. And then so you lose in terms of that. Or heaven forbid you create something that's palatable and it pops off, and now you're stuck having to make palatable art to pay your bills, or being stuck and expected to make this extra palatable art, which was really supposed to just be a shield so you didn't get harassed. And when you're considering all this, it makes you hate yourself. At least it makes us have self-hate. Because it's like, I have a broken brain. If only my brain was better and I didn't want to create things that people would get mad at me for. You know? E-waste? Trash? Wait, how is what? Well, obviously you can't spell a word that you don't know. When I tell my therapist about my weird kinks, they say it sounds like it helps. When I tell aunties that, they say she's a bad therapist. That is a common. That is actually a common refrain. There's a video that, if we ever do like a video essay with sources about like problematic kinks and stuff like that, is something we're definitely going to talk about, because there's a video that we saw that was made by a therapist that was like, this is like a bad thing to like say to or around people, of like, my therapist is okay with like my this or that kink, and that it shows that the therapist isn't doing their due diligence or something. But then they put the context of, if I told my my clients to indulge in problematic kinks for healing, then I would get in trouble. And then goes on to be like, their childhood their childhood therapists, so all of their clients are children, and so it's like, yeah, of course you wouldn't, duh. Like, we're talking about adults and adult spaces. Like, it gets so fucking asinine sometimes, because you try to have you try to provide context that's like, hey, look, it's not as bad as you say. I actually went and talked to a therapist, and they were like, it is okay. And then they changed the fucking goalposts. I mean, it's many such cases. because again, people who yell at you to go to therapy for being fucked up, even when the fucked up things are definitely things that you should be looking for outside help for, it's just not. They're not saying it for your benefit. They're saying it because they find you annoying or not fun to be around, and they want you fixed, or they want whatever is wrong with you to be removed. They feel that therapy is how you get people to not do the one annoying thing that you don't like about them. In lots of cases, there are some cases that someone might actually be like, oh, therapy will really help you, though most people aren't committed to actually helping. It's just sort of and it becomes a microaggression, even if it's said in good faith. Yo, what up, Dan? Hey, Dust, not feeling too good. Got a nasty cold. Oof. Well, make sure you drink enough fluids. Hope you can rest, and you don't have to like have a lot of responsibilities you need to stay on top of while you do that. Good to see you. Oh, Minhara. You're trying to figure out how to spell Minhara, Sani. Thank you. Well, I guess you know how to spell it now. Ugh. Chat moves faster than my intentions, man. I have a broken brain. If only I could stay sane and not hurt the people I love. Oh, sometimes we hurt the people we love. It's more likely when you do have that good old mental illness. Therapy about making you more normal. Yes, that is a thing. That seems to be the goal for a lot of people who say that online randomly about people that they don't like, in an intra-community way. Because let's be real, they should seek therapy, or they need therapy, is something that is plastered at pretty much anyone. It doesn't have to be specifically in the context that we've been talking about. I mean, we've seen it like thrown out right wingers and stuff like that too. And of course, there's conversations to be had about framing people who do evil shit as just mentally ill, like when people call the president a psychopath, for example, that sort of thing. It's like someone can be evil without being mentally ill. And evil is banal. Gotta remember that. There's even a banality to some of this mustache twirling stuff, especially because a lot of people who are doing a lot of harm right now want it to be normal, and it's already normal in their heads. But that's a different conversation. Antis are more triggering than this article, to be honest. Well, I'm glad. I mean, we've talked all about this stuff in terms of like being deplatformed and being like majorly harassed, and we have had some social media not funisms, but in terms of like the experiences of the person who wrote this article, our experiences do not map on to scale at all. So there's also that, and we feel extremely fortunate not to have been hit with a fucking Ultima level spell of fucking harassment that would make the average person want to not exist anymore. It is very inspiring to see someone survive all that and still, try to live their best life. We've been using antihistamines for nasal passage. Whoa. I'm glad you got some breathing going on. I hate congestion. It's like one of my least favorite things. Twine trash zines made of wadded up torn paper because we don't have the energy to do binding. Street recordings done from our bed where we lie immobilized. I have to laugh at that one because our workstation studio thingy is also like our bed and has been for a while. Yay, chronic fatigue. Laziness is not laziness. It is many things. Avoiding encountering one's own body, avoiding triggers, avoiding thinking about the future because it's proven to be unbearable. Slashing the Gordian knot isn't a sign of strength. It's a sign of exhaustion. Although I fashion this reflection in a manner that some may find illegible, it is not a fair representation of my sickness. Writing these paragraphs is taking constant doses of medicine, fevered breaks, a few existential timeouts, and a complete neglect of my other responsibilities. When I tried in true form to write in my realist moments of sickness, all that emerged were endless ellipses and countless semi-coherent revelations. Yeah, it does suck. It's like, oh, you have so much time to do this work because you're disabled, and it's like, whew. Disabled time takes so much away from me. With Trash Zine, I tore up the pages because I didn't have the time or energy to bind them. I put them in Ziploc bags, trash binding. In this new form, they were resistant to the elements and could go interesting places. I hid one in Oakland under a bridge and posted coordinates online. Someone found it. When read, they come out of the bag like my thoughts, fragmented, random, non-linear. If dropped, they become parts of the trash. Wow. Been trying to stay away from news/social media this year. Interestingly, this is this is a fascinating place for you to be right now, Denny. Because on one hand, I'm not explicitly talking about all the stuff that's been happening. I have talked about the stream already. But my point in talking about what we're talking about today is in a desire to hopefully empower people and raise awareness of some of the things that will help us inside of communities as we bear the brunt of the global and American overwhelming grip of fascism that is tightening and tightening. I'm definitely not in a place to always talk about that sort of stuff and whatnot. But I figured instead of talking all about all the, like, you know, rights or being eradicated or, you know, stuff being gutted and all the stuff in the news, that talking about, like, some of the community stuff that the behaviors that end up dividing people and ostracizing people and making it so much easier for us to get, you know, picked off, essentially, like a fucking horror movie within, like, communities like the LGBTQ plus community, for example, I think is imperative, because even if you don't know what's happened in the last 24 hours of the American news cycle, the stuff that we're talking about here I think is still valuable for survival. Navigating when this happens to you, recognizing when you are being othered and scapegoated within a community, noticing when other people do it. Although this isn't necessarily offering solutions, I am hoping to at least encourage people to have the courage to not fall in line so much, at the very least. But it is really hard to look at the everything on fireism that everything is right now, and will honestly continue to be. That's the thing. Everything is exhausting all the time forever. Yay, internet. Social dynamics. Community is disposability. There is no activist community, only desire for communities, or the convenient fiction of communities. A community is a material web that binds people together, for better or for worse, and for worse. In interdependence, if its members move away every couple of years because the next place seems cooler, it is not a community. If it is easier to kick someone out than go through a difficult series of conversations with them, it is not a community. Among the societies that real communities Among the societies that had real communities, exile was the most extreme sanction possible, tantamount to killing them. On many levels, losing community and all the relationships involved was the same as dying. Let's not kid ourselves. We don't have communities. Oh yes, this quote was probably the most influential quote on like our thinking, not just because of this particular, not the quote itself even, but the broken teapot is a anarchist writing that we've read before, on the stream before even, and it goes into this sort of stuff too. And so basically this resonated with us, and in reading where it came from, we were able to unpack some of this stuff, and it was very validating for us, because it's, for a lot of people, it seems like it's overblown to say that like your entire life disappears from under you. In these cases, it's like some people might go like, just move and make some new friends, you know, and it's like, those things are, right now especially, I would say those things are extremely hard. There's, you know, the loneliness epidemic. People are on average don't feel like they have any friends. It is really hard to move even within a city, let alone like cross country or something. And just like the whole like get therapy, it feels oddly hollow when people say, oh, it's not so bad, or it was just a breakup, or you can go to another queer group, right? It's fine. This is like serious shit, like losing your community. It is like death. We were mourning so much. When stuff like this happened to us. Oh, Sani, thank you for pressing me on that. What did you mean by I'm glad? I'm glad that antis are more triggering than this article, because if they were, then I guess in a very real sense, I think that it is a good thing for a text talking about harm to be less triggering than people doing the harm themselves. Because when you said you know, this is less triggering than antis, I'm not imagining just like an anti just standing in a field, like the thing that kind of is defining trait of being an anti is doing anti shit, of like harassing people or trivializing people or telling people their experiences don't matter, or that they need to seek therapy, for example, based on stuff like the behavior of antis is very triggering and upsetting. So I would imagine that would be so much more terrible than just reading about some of the stuff that antis do. I hope that makes sense. I can't go another local ABDL group because the rumors were ignored by the staff. Fucking Christ. Yeah, your whole community just burned. I mean, we wanted to. Part of the reason we didn't want to stay in the same place from the people we had like everything fall out from under us with, was also because it's like, if we have if we are operating in queer communities in different states, then there is a much lower chance of like dealing with things where like friends or acquaintances have to like pick sides and choose which person is like, you know, the worst person and who's beyond forgiveness and stuff like that, and also like have to worry about the weirdness of trying to continue to exist in spaces where things are tense about your very existence. It and it's a privilege to be able to do that, and of course, like we just got lucky in being able to like move far away after everything exploded. But yeah, you just you're just stranded. I'm sorry about that. That's fucked up. People crave community so badly that it constitutes a kind of linguistic virus. Everything in this world apparently has a community attached to it, no matter how fragmented or varied the reality is. This feels like both wishful thinking and an extreme lonely world. Trans films often have a community-shaped wound a mile wide, and also the necessary lens to convert everything to profit. Queerness is a marketplace. Alt is a marketplace. Buy my feminist butt plugs. The dream of an imaginary community that allows total identification with one's role within it to an extent that rules out interiority or doubt. The fixity and clearness of an external image or cliche as opposed to the ephemera of lived experience. A life as it looks from the outside. Stephen Murphy. It is like grits. Okay. I thought you were feeding me mead. We're right. Pink capitalism, rainbow capitalism, that sort of thing. I mean, even on a more individual level, it does trickle down. In that sense of, you know, a bunch of like, say, Etsy stores. Like when I imagine that buy my feminist butt plugs, I'm imagining like some small like Etsy store or something, not necessarily say well actually a thing that is very much in the category of this will be like what's that company? We've even bought from them before. I think it was Boyfriend Ets? Tomboyettes. Tomboyettes is very much that. We only found out recently that although it is Tomboyettes is explicitly a company that serves the needs of trans people and like gender nonconforming people, it's owned by like cis lesbians, which threw us off. But also like some people's complaints about certain things with them not being able to with things where it's like, oh, this doesn't feel right for like this type of trans body, and complaining about it, or like for example like gaffs not being as good at tucking or keeping a tuck, you know, for example, and it feels like it makes sense where it's like, oh, okay, this company isn't trans owned. Though even if it was, this thing talking about this and everything being a profit, that doesn't change anything. Even if everything was you know, was perfect within that sort of thing, we still feel the need to market everything because, of course, if you don't make money, you die. Community is the glue that bonds us all. The way the fragmentation that is happening is heartbreaking. Oh yeah, it's incredibly painful. It sucks, especially because, you know, you see it in all these degrees and you feel like you're just watching like a fractal of a fractal of a fractal of like a 100-car pile up, because it keeps happening, and it's gonna continue to lead to like worse lives for queer people. These idealized communities require disposability to maintain the illusion. Violence and ostracism against black, brown, trans, trash bodies that serve as safety valves for the inevitable anxiety and disillusionment of those who wish total identification. I'm now thinking of the people who go, well, we can't support this, or you can't do that. That'll make us look bad. What will straight people think? What will cis people think? What will white people think? Feminist/queerness takes a vague disposability and makes it a specific one. The vague ambient hate that I felt my whole life became intensely focused. The difference between being soaked in noxious, irritating gasoline and having someone throw a match at you. Weird fact, gasoline feels oddly smooth, like lotion. It's weird. Sorry. Don't rub gasoline on your skin, kids. Please. Normally, hate means someone and their friends being shitty towards you. Sorry, normal hate means someone and their friends being shitty towards you. Radical hate places a moral dimension into hate, requiring your exclusion from every possible space. A true social death. Curating queerness. An entire industry of curation has sprung up to rigidly and sometimes violently police the hierarchy who is allowed to express themselves as trans or queer, as a trans or queer person. The LGBT and queer spheres find it upon themselves to create compilations of the best art by trans people, to define what a trans story is and to omit the rest. Endless projects to curate, list, own, publish, control, but so few to offer support and mentorship. Yeah, I feel like it's very much in that like listicle sort of thing, or even just being able to check mark a list of an amount of representation, instead of, like, I mean, obviously there's the dimension of, I have made this list of trans art that I would like other people to see and hopefully support those things. But it seems like a function of the media machine to have to frame it in that way, because listicles make things easily digestible. And once you digest something, you shit it out. Just saying. The stories that reflect poorly on alt culture are buried in favor of utopianism that everyone aspires towards, but where few people live. People feed desperately on this aspiration, creating the ever more elaborate hollow structure of brittle chitlin that comprise feminist/queer culture. To find the things I want in queerness, I had to find those who had been exiled from it. Those who had the name been torn from. Interesting. I'd be very curious on talking more about the experience of shared community with exiles. I guess that's in a way some of the stuff that we do, because we very much so want people who are of, I suppose, more typical experience not to feel as though we're kill all normies or something. But at the same time, we desperately want to have a space that people who are routinely ostracized and routinely the marginalized of the marginalized can take up space and not be weird or bad. We've had this view of how in Attack on Titan there's the way the walls are constructed. There's one wall, and there's the first wall, that most outer wall, and there's a population there, and then there's another wall beyond that one in case the first one fails, right? And of course this is there's a style of medieval housing architecture, building planning, I guess, that's if we have if the capital or the place where the ruler lives and they live like they rule over a town, for example, having like sort of cordoned off access to parts of the populace allow for there to be a slowing down of getting through the entire encampment before you get to the people in charge or the people in power, the people who would rather have their subjects as fodder. In the context of Attack on Titan, it's obvious, right? The rulers are in the center; they're protected by the innermost wall, obviously. I think that the walls can also be seen in the context of like a panopticon. If we take this context and apply it to like different groups, we've to ourselves often thought of it like, okay, like pop culture in the most milquetoast way is the most outer wall. And it's not as though there's like these monsters trying to break down the wall that we're worried about. It's more in the Panopticon, this is a prison. So thinking of it as a prison, the inner walls are not the most protected people or the people with the most privilege at the center. The people with the most privilege or the people with the most privilege, or at the very least the least things that marginalize them, are the outer wall, and every wall beyond that or inside is a level of being marginalized and being looked on by the outer community or the outer space, kind of in that Omelas way. Of someone who is acceptable to spit on, to look down on, and of course, anyone who's not in the outermost wall has an experience of being the one spit on, and one way that you divide communities and like the working class and marginalized people in general is to give some marginalized people privileges and not others, and part of those privileges allowing them to punish or hurt or exercise some sort of exercise their resentment on the ruling class upon someone who they're allowed to beat up. We've often thought of in this within this mini walled prison, we've thought of it like, okay, so there's like non furry or non alt queer people, and then there's alt queer people, or there's queer people who are queer in the general sense of not being normative, not being cishet straight or whatever, but are much more quote unquote normal, or people who, if BDSM clubs or like in gay clubs and stuff were outlawed, they'd be like, well, I don't go to those anyway. And I mean, you don't have to go to them to want them to exist, obviously, but like the people who are just like, oh, we need to assimilate. That's the term I should say. I should say there's like quote unquote normal people in the very outside wall, and then there's like assimilationist marginalized people on a more inside wall. So you have assimilationist queers, and then they're looking down upon furry queers. And you go even deeper down, and you have furries looking down on baby furs, and then you have baby furs looking down on cub fur and cub artists, and so on and so forth. And of course, there's many different ways that this works, maybe different styles of this. You can build your own wall at home very easily, and that's also what happens when you ostracize. Like, people don't always just get ostracized individually, but ostracized by like a school of thought, where it's like, okay, like you're this thing, so we're ostracizing you. I think something that's been very common that we've noticed other people do as well is like with the like pro and anti-fiction like conversation that a lot of people are like, I am neither because I don't want to deal with the binary nature of this conversation. And sometimes we in the past have fallen into that. And it falls into a both sides is sort of thingy, but also I recognize that there's a push and pull and there's a desire to basically be endlessly fighting. So that's also something to keep in mind, and trying to stay out of being in the middle of it is reasonable. Although eventually accepting the nuance and recognizing that picking a side might actually do more good than harm is something that I value, certainly. Ugh, lost my brain there for a second. Whew, talking about this for 3.5 hours really does that to you. We're almost at the end. We're almost at the end. We're almost at the end. Huh, we never considered what gasoline would feel like. Once we had to get some gas from a gas station and put it in one of those like little gas cans and take it to like a then partner's car because the car ran out of gas. And it kind of overflowed and sprayed and it got all over our hands, and that's a story for another day. It's actually a really interesting story. But that's how we found out how gasoline feels. Have a good night, Denny. If you're still here hearing my voice as I say good night, I hope you sleep well. What's going on with social media? We feel like we may have missed something important. I don't think there's anything new that I was particularly commenting on necessarily, but I also don't know how much you use social media. I mean, we're one of those fuckers who it is uncommon for us to wake up and not immediately check our like Blue Sky or whatever. I mean, a lot of social media is the same as it ever was, I guess. In terms of like a current ongoing discourse, I am not aware of one particular one necessarily. Like the hot tea of the day, I do not have that necessarily, but I do keep seeing the same recycled takes, the same sort of shit getting stirred up again and again and again and again. And it all tends to boil down to some of the same things and the same sort of puritanical nonsense. And people just being afraid that they're on the wrong side of history by being okay with a problematic kink that is very much something that a lot of like abused people seem to flock around or something, you know? I think there's probably like just an ongoing fucked upness with like moderation on social media sites a lot lately, as one might tell, even beyond just what's happening on X and that cluster fuck. I could easily go into the thing with I think Mark Zuckerberg literally said that Facebook and Instagram are not going to be used fact checking things anymore, and they're going to be using community notes like X, which I'm sure is not going to add to misinformation at all. Though those things aren't that's not directly involved with this conversation, at least in the context that I was thinking about. And just like many things like I was talking about originally when we first started this discussion, there's just so much that we could be talking about, and there's so much that's ancillarily that could be ancillarily related. I didn't know if that cleared things up. I don't even know if it seemed like I was vague. I didn't even know it seemed like I was vaguely referencing something that like I assumed everyone would know until you said something. So that's helpful. You use Mastodon. Ah, I see. I always think of Mastodon as kind of a closed loop. I think Blue Sky is probably like the closest most a more typical internet user is going to approach like a decentralized social media, and of course Blue Sky isn't fully decentralized, but maybe someone who is doing well in like the art and being seen as like a content creator space can like coach us on it. But from our perspective, having Mastodon be your primary social media is very limiting. And I might probably believe that even if I wasn't trying to, become all known as an artist on the internet, because it feels a little bit too insular, and because even though that there's lots of instances and a lot of places you can be, it's broken up so much that it kind of makes me want to have something that's at least a little bit centralized. There's only so much that like the small networks can give someone like me, though obviously it's not for everyone, and it is really good to have like small communities you can talk amongst. So honestly, I don't even know what level of like intra community disputes and bullshit that you're even aware of, Sonny. I'm a little I'm a little jelly. I'm a little jelly of you. Good to see you tonight as well, Issy. Despite me talking at length about very troubling things. I'm on a Blue Sky hiatus for mental health reasons. Shit. Honestly, our Blue Sky experience has been so much better when we stopped using the Discover feed. And when we muted people that we just felt like re-instigated a lot of unuseful discourse, I'll say. And there's plenty to not like about Blue Sky. I don't think there's any social media site that won't in some way erode your mental health unless you use it in a very specific way. Yeah. Complaint and purity. There's nothing wrong with the politics of complaint, but there are several risks, like developing a dependent relationship with the enemy. Politically neutralizing oneself by dumping all of one's subversive energies into meaningless channels, or reifying one's powerlessness by identifying with it because it makes one virtuous. Complaint becomes a form of subcultural capital, a way to morally purify oneself. Jackie Wong, The Tumblrization of Everyday Life. Damn, I'm about to read that one. That's the next one we should read. Honestly, the fact that we haven't read every thinker that gets quoted in this article is a fucking shame. Popular feminism encodes pain into regular complaint/click cycle, keeping everyone in the realm of emotional survival. Constant click, constant strength, constant purity. Lacking true community, the energy spent is not restored. Those with more stability in their life can keep up the cycle of complaint, and those with lower amounts of energy are filtered out, creating a culture that glorifies a strength not everyone can access. There is immense pressure on trans people to engage in this form of complaint if they want access to spaces, but we, with our higher rates of homelessness, joblessness, lifelessness, lovelessness, are the most fragile. We are the glass femmes of an already delicate genderscape. Purification is meaningless because anyone can perform these rituals, an effigy burnt in digital, and their inflexibility provides a place where abuse can thrive, a set of rules which abusers can hold over their victims. Deleuze wrote, "The problem is no longer getting people to express themselves, by providing little gaps of solitude and silence in which they might eventually find something to say. Repressive forces don't stop people from expressing themselves, but rather force them to express themselves. What a relief to have nothing to say. The right to say nothing, because only then is there a chance of framing the rare, or even rarer, the thing that might be worth saying. I do feel sometimes that we just don't want to say anything because, well, if I say something, then we'll draw aggro. It doesn't help that the vibe on social media in general is one of questioning someone in bad faith, getting in their face, and implying not only that they're wrong-headed, but somehow abusive. Or the worst thing the human race has produced. I feel like the internet is very adversarial right now. People talk about feminism and queerness the way you'd apologize for an abusive relationship. This isn't for the people who are benefiting from these spaces and have no reason to change. This is for the people who are exiled. The people essays aren't supposed to be written for. This is to say, you didn't deserve that. That even tens or hundreds or thousands of people can be wrong, and they often are. No matter how much our socially constructed brains take that as a bizarre message to lie down and die, then nothing is too bad, too ridiculous, too bizarre to be real when it comes to making marginalized people disappear. Ideology is a sick fetish. All right. Oh, some solutions. I forgot they got some solutions in here. You're grieving over a prolific artist? Do you mind mentioning who? Is the artist someone who is giving up art, or something that's more permanent? I'm also asking because if it's a prolific artist that you're paying attention to, it's probably someone whose art we care about. Ah, I see. DM me if you please. I won't tell people the stream. I'm gonna give you some amount of privacy on that. Resisting disposability. Let marginalized people be flawed. Let them fuck up like real humans who get to fuck up all the time. Fight criminal justice thinking. Disposability runs on the innocence guilt binary, another category that applies dynamically to certain bodies and not to others. The mob trials used to run trans people out of communities are inherently abusive, favor predators, and must be rejected as a process unequivocally. There is no kind of justice that resembles hundreds of people ganging up on one person, or tangible lifelong damage being inflicted on someone for failing the rituals of purification that have no connection to real life. I want to reiterate it again that the way that our ostracization went, we were a little bit complicit in. We were doing that like complying in advance thing that I talked about earlier, and that's an important thing too. I think that is an important thing to have an ego healthy enough to balance giving yourself grace, but also recognizing that you can do wrong, you know, and not just can do wrong in the faraway theoretical sense that everyone is capable of it, and sometimes we do harm without noticing. That sometimes we do harm that we're not made aware of, or we're not made aware of for a very long time. And that it's really easy to condemn yourself without a full understanding of what you've even done. Although I still don't think that it's the common way people respond to this sort of thing. Though I feel like maybe that's also something we need to process too. Because in our head, it's like most people would actually respond like, you know, like coming out swinging, right? I don't know. People actually tend to go for the path of least resistance, and sometimes the path of least resistance is lying down and taking it, of knowing what's coming and not resisting, of showing your belly. And especially in the situations where, and I guess that's like our context, the context in which the writer here was talking about is very much in the framing of within her experience and what happened to her, they were bad. I mean, obviously there's still nuance to be explored. I think she'd be willing, based on what's written here, to have some amount of nuance, but like radical acceptance that what happened to you was wrong is really important for like self-esteem and healing. And from a distance, it can be hard to tell a difference between that and someone being like someone being rigid in their position. Pay attention when people disappear. Like drowning, it's frequently silent. They might be blackmailed, threatened, or in shock. Very true. Very true. Oh, I kind of had lost the train of thought, but I guess I just wanted to be like, within the context of what she was talking about, she's talking about people who were like willfully doing harm, and like really doubling down on it. We still think that the stuff that we reflect on most, and how we explore talking about like abuse and stuff within and toxic relationships within our platform based on our own experiences, we think that it is not as the fault does not feel as clear on an individual level, and maybe that's us trying to disperse like fault, so no one person involved in the situation has to be too much at fault. But I think that a lot of times people don't give each other grace, and that really fucked up situations end up happening not because someone has it out for another person, but because we're all damaged people trying to make sense in a fucked up world and doing our best, but then oftentimes moving from a place of hurt and pain. And sometimes when you're coming from that place, you're not always thinking logically, maybe you're not thinking empathetically, and maybe you don't have the brain cells to, honestly. Going back again to the top, let marginalized people be flawed, let us fuck up like real humans. And I guess that's also something I want to internalize, because a lot of people that we have been wronged by, we see the humanity of, and it is really easy to just throw out the humanity with the bathwater and recognizing that harm has been happening. And that's one of our biggest fears, of taking the harm that's been done to us and using it to dehumanize people, you know? Even if the victim doesn't want to fight, which is deeply understandable, often moving on is the only response. Private support is huge. This is a time to make sure the wound doesn't become infected, that the PTSD they acquire is as minimized as possible. This is the difference between a broken leg healing to the point where they can run again, or walking with a limp for the rest of their life. They have just been victim blamed by a large number of people. As a social organism, their body is telling them to die. They need social reintegration, messages of support, and space to heal. Be extremely critical about what people say about trans people, especially things said in vagueness. The rumor mill that keeps trans people out of spaces isn't even so much about people believing what is said. It's about people choosing the safest option. and staining a staining that plays on the average person's risk aversion. I think that one's. I think this one may be the biggest one because that's a big part of the isolation. Most people who are like, steering clear of like the hot topics or the character of the day, as it were, or whatever like discourse subject or what have you, is a lot about just not wanting to get caught in the blast damage. And if there is a sense that you won't get eaten alive, or if there is a sense that that the ridicule will not immediately target you for not jumping on the bandwagon, then there's a higher chance for there to be for you to potentially inspire people to not be as aggressive and to hold space and that sort of stuff. Seeing someone else do a thing can give someone permission to do the thing themselves. Like what we're doing here, or I hope we're doing here. Ask yourself if the same thing would be happening if they were white / cis / able-bodied. Radical inclusivity recognizes harm done in the name of God. Yvette Flunder. Yeah, harm that is done for quote-unquote good reasons is still harm. Marginalized spaces can't form healthy community purely from the rejection of the mainstream. There has to be an acknowledgement of how people have been hurt by feminist spaces and their models. That's valid. A common enemy isn't the same as loving each other. That's true. The enemy of my enemy is only my friend for now. Don't be part of spaces that place an ideal or community leader above people. This is an interesting one because this is something that I feel like is a lot harder to find. I'm thinking of I think it was a Tumblr post. It's like, it may have been a co-host post, or it may have been a Tumblr post that was reposted on a Tumblr post that was reposted on co-host, and that's how we saw it. But I do remember seeing it. Something like, everyone wants to be in a community and they keep finding themselves in audiences. In the sense of literally a VTuber talking about this, I cannot blow past this because it's so easy to not find this in the spaces that I am rubbing shoulders with, or the spaces that you would find by being in circles related to us or stuff that we do. And it's not to say that you can't be in a content creator's Discord channel or server or whatever, but be aware of who matters. Do the people in the community matter, or just the leader? Think about our current situation with the fucking God president right now. Dream. On January 18th, 2015, I woke up from a dream. It was early morning, still dark. I felt very sad that the dream wasn't real. I wrote it down like I've written down all of my dreams for the last 8 years. She was my abuser. She came to my house on the island. I begged her to stop what she had done, to clear my name. She would not. It had been 2 years of being abused like a child because of her. I turned to walk deeper into the house. I looked back. She had a knife. She stabbed me. It was the happiest dream of my life because finally an abuser had done something to me that people would pay attention to. When I woke up, my entire spirit was crushed because I had not been stabbed. I felt the weight of all these years of abuse. I wish so badly I had been stabbed. I pulled the knife out. I wrestled the knife away. I called my friend to come over and help me. I walked over along the beach of the island and saw for the first time how PTSD had numbed and corroded every perception I have had since that August. This debilitating disease. I finally felt the brightness of the air in my lungs, the color of the sand and the waves. It was so beautiful. I just wanted to experience all the things that had been stolen from me. And there we go. Eyes twitching. That was a good read. Thank you, Dusk. Thank you. I appreciate folks being here and processing with me. I don't know. As much as we like talking about this stuff and as much as we can go on about it, sometimes we feel like we're only making sense to ourselves. So it's nice to be able to bounce off of other people and talk about it. I don't think this should ever be end all be all to like you looking into stuff and finding your own opinions on things. So if stuff like what we talked about is of interest to you, then you should totally, you know, look more into this sort of stuff. Literally every quote from this article comes from a writing that has explored something related to this. So there's a wealth of people talking about that sort of stuff. Whew. Wow. Alright, we're gonna play some demos. Maybe? Probably? Because it's Steam Next Fest, and I've downloaded so many goddamn demos. There's no way I'll be able to get through all of them. And certainly not after 3.5 hours of talking about all the deeply intense stuff we just talked about. I was hoping and planning on just taking like an hour out of stream to talk about that sort of stuff, but you know, something time and other plans. Avenge myself. I love avenging myself. I don't know, there's something about this that immediately made me want it to be one of the first games we played for this today, even though it's the second. Reject gravity. Go fast. A speedrunning FPS with a gravity-defying physics-based movement. Find your own routes through stages and move like you've never moved before. Okay, I wasn't sure if this game wanted controller stuff at all. High movement type stuff tends to be a game. FPS games with like high movement standards tend to prefer... what's the word? Tend to prefer mouse and keyboard for the inputs. Warning! Save format is irrecoverably old. Go to settings and delete your save data to avoid bugs. Demo hub. Wow. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Damn. What? Shit. Dies. Okay, I'm starting to get it. These fucking Sonic boosters, I swear to gosh. Left mouse button will lock onto an enemy to destroy it. Enemies don't pose much of a threat, but destroying them gives time bonus. Oh shit, they started me back at the beginning. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got no place to go, gotta follow my rainbow. Keeping up and I keep moving on. And what lies ahead and be the way to find out. LD1 moving ahead. And I guess that's all of my pain is dead. I stand out that you can be. When I laugh and set you free. Follow me. Set me free, trust me and we will escape from the city. Listen to you, follow me. Go! Welcome to the Avenge Myself demo. View the tutorial ahead to learn the ropes. Then gain medals to unlock new stages and events. Look forward to the full game later this year. Hopefully. Alright, so now I know the basics. Death at high speeds. I wonder how painful this game will be in like VR. Motherfucker. Point of impact. I sure do love the wind in my fur. Damn, this place is big. This music feels like fucking Ridge Racer or something. It's like honestly perfect for the type of game this is. Oh shit, I accidentally... Oh wow, okay, one of the face buttons is actually the restart button. Damn. Damn. I'll restart. This looks like Titanfall on 6th gen hardware. Is that a compliment? Nah, gotta start over. Try and get that real Nope. Try and get that real high step. Seems like a really nice shortcut. I can't quite get the height I need. Ugh. Oh, there was no way I was gonna use that for anything useful. Comparing anything to Titanfall is a compliment. Okay, I keep having to remember which one is the slidey button. Motherfucker. Nice. Oh, almost didn't make it. This game is cool as fucking shit. I thought I was approaching the end of the level. Your stage clear time 2 minutes 31 seconds 07 milliseconds. That's your personal best. You got the bronze medal. Try for a minute 35 for the wow. I'm good. I'm not trying to really speed run. I'm not trying to 100% these demos. If I do, then we won't finish a lot of them. Five mils to unlock. Ugh. Advanced training. But I already know how to use a toilet. To keep as much speed as possible on landing, try to land smoothly on a ramp without stomping. If you're going to overshoot, weave back and forth to approach from a higher angle, and remember to jump off the ramp. Falls into the abyss. Sometimes the Etzel will be locked at first. Collect enough keys to open it. Boosters will set to a minimum speed when hit. If you're already beyond that speed, then you'll get a smaller additional boost. Once velocity along the booster plane is kept, only velocity along the booster plane is kept, but its direction does not matter. Makes me want to play, what was it, Neon White. Need an extra boost? Jump as you approach the inclines for a bit more speed. Wow. This one's so far away. I do wish I had the availability for like one more jump. There are many possible ways through each stage, and obvious ones are rarely the best. Explore thoroughly to find the fastest routes. Ugh. Wow. Oh, that's a fucking wart. Purple. Wow. Much speed. Oh, wow. Oh? Didn't notice that. To keep as much speed as possible on landing, try to land smoothly on a ramp without stopping. Ugh. Oh, and that's why the boosts are here, so I can retry the jump again. Motherfucker. Alright, this is a good game, but there's only so much time that I'm willing to spend on any one demo right now, especially when it's so hard to make progress. This is definitely something I want to experiment with for a while. Probably in a fucking Discord call while watching anime and hanging out with friends, honestly. And I need to get another medal before I can go to any other areas, so there's a demo that I'll probably revisit on my own time, but very interested in the final product. The final art. Avenge myself. Alright, more demo nests. Doll's Nest. I remember this has some like near automata energy. I wonder if we can run it. I guess we'll find out. Damn, they didn't design this game with a PS5 controller in mind. Sag. Okay, well, it's designed with controller in mind, so I don't have to worry too much. Yeah, so much near energy. Give me the biggest, fattest subtitles you got. How's the sound levels, by the way? I'd love for someone to tell me. I think I need to go. I'm too depressed for Twitch right now. That's valid. I know you've been having a hard time, so good luck licking your wounds. Running around with mech legs. Close range loadout. Oh, okay. Close range loadout centered around thermal weapons. High damage output hinges on a user's skill. All-purpose loadout excels in mid-range combat. Easy to learn and handle. sniper style loadout that excels in long range combat. Difficult to fight in close combat. Let's go with this one. Energy sword. Oh. Cool. Oh, overheat. I thought I was gonna fall into a bottomless pit. Standing on this circular object will allow you to transfer yourself to specific locations. Not gonna lie, feels a little rough. Tune humanoid can be performed at checkpoints. It's interesting to me that the beam saber doesn't combo. But it's still a toggle between weapons. I don't know, it feels a little bit counterintuitive and a little sluggish. Shotguns and wave guns are capable of firing in bursts. I'm about to wake up in a test tube. I bet I'm about to wake up in a test tube. This is very wake up in a test tube energy. Come on, test tube. I don't. Was that a test tube? Ethanol upskirt. Or up mech? Ethanol up mech? Yeah, be careful not to up mech your girlfriend. Yeah, I have to wait till the reticule fills up. Maybe you can combo more when you get like a higher skill level or something. I'm not sure. Bottle mug. Oh. Oh. Oh god. This is very much like informed by Armored Core and Dark Souls. A thermal weapon used in close combat, standard and easy to use. Well, lots of information. A huge rapid-fire wave gun. The SIS-459 DGO-2 Shagaf. Made in the Republic of Aklad in the upper levels, two small wave guns bonded together, increasing the rate of fire by firing them together. An early version of a rather simple wave gun design in Alquad, which is usually known for its more sophisticated armaments. The reason for this was due to the Lazarus Project production facility facing difficulties during development. After repeated delays, development was moved to the Sirius facility at the behest of the Prime Church, though they weren't given much time. Luckily, Heros sent them an S4C12 Strit made in Paraka, and the Mechsmith nymphs of the Alquad were inspired to increase its rate of fire by combining together and meet the tight deadline with their completed rapid fire wave gun. What the fuck did I just read? That is teasing so much about the world. Okay, that's inventory. Ah, that's what the front of me looks like. Oh, pause menu does not pause. Does not pause. Got it. And that's the character screen. Unbound. Infects the user with a parasitic infection when used. Don't know why I want to do that, but who knows? I may not be able to change my equipment unless I'm at like a checkpoint. Central Cavern. Kudos for this game making me feel small though. Environments are so fucking huge. frame loadout. There we go. Oh, you can just fully... Okay. Well, you gotta be able to see it from every angle. Well, this also reminded me of, like... what was it, like Blue Gender, I guess? Feel like you just throwing all the junk parts if you want a fucking waste of flesh run. Okay, you can only have two weapons at a time. Rear arms? Ah. Another thing that I'm recognizing from Armor Core, like grabbing something off your back to switch. Good to know. Machine color? Oh. And that's what the pilot looks like. Am I equipping a face? Is that... I mean, obviously that's a hair. What the fuck does that mean? Wow. Yo, two-tone. Optional. Oh. Gotcha. Heterochromic eyes. Oh shit, I did not mean to... Actually, I guess that's most of my frame. Load up. Toon humanoid. At the next time I run into a tree, maybe I'll customize my frame specifically as well, like with different colors or whatever. Francesca. Luminous ore. The side doesn't open. Very Dark Souls. No music so far. Well, outside cutscene. Can't connect. That's the fem symbol. Alright. Money's on the only people who can pilot these are fem androids or something. Okay, I thought this gun was useless. It was just those enemies are hella armored. Paladin seed. Repairs your agent, repairs your agent, repairs your agent. Oh! I keep thinking some enemy's gonna come out and fucking backstab me. Bionic parts. Hey Fizzle. How's your night going? Almost the weekend. Just got sabered. I honestly think they should have just made the sword just a little bit weaker and let you do multiple slashes with it. Hey, maybe that's just me. Oh, this is a long range unit. They have trouble doing close range shit. Throwing knife. Disassembly device. When me and the fucking robot are overheating. Sitting at the fucking water cooler waiting to kill each other. The silence has a very uneasy feeling. Anyone? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Anyone? Oh, hello. Yo-Yo the Collector. You're... do you have anything to eat? I'm almost at the exit, but I'm exhausted. Give supplement. Hi, Doza. Fucking eating that calorie, mate. You eat that calorie, mate, girl. You got this. You'll escape. Certainly reminds me of Warframe at times. Certainly. Oh, hello. Oh my god! They all exploded in my face. Close combat humanoid. Ooh, I got body parts. Okay, that was the equivalent of getting backstabbed. I was not ready. Wow, I got more body parts. So good. Honestly, given its obvious influences from Nier, I'm really hoping they do have some boy models. That's a fall gate. That's a fucking fall gate. I bet going this way, I'll open up the locked way from before. Hopefully, at least. Bionic parts. They're dropping so much weapons on my lap. I'm really waiting for being able to have weapons on my back because they've introduced so many weapons. Okay, it just went around. They've introduced so many weapons that I'm just like, it'll be a long time. It's gonna take a while for me to actually test them all out. Which is part of the point. The final game will probably not be this plentiful. Huh? Yeah, there's some shit that, in something that we read, that seemed very much like a fantasy. And seeing that circle of mushrooms sort of makes me think of it as well. I guess I'll just go back to the tree myself. I was hoping to go all the way around, but that thing looked like a fog gate, and I definitely want different weapons, at the very least. launcher. Fuck yes. Okay, only certain weapons can be here. That makes sense. I couldn't equip it before because I didn't have them. Now I'm feeling those comparisons to Warframe. Especially the glow as a color option. Oh. Yeah, if there's something they want to focus on, they should make it so you can. Oh yeah, actually, you can. Yeah. These are just different expressions. That's kind of awkward. That was not intentional. Buttons are a little squishy. Or like a hair trigger sort of thing. Okay, so this is more outfits. Oh man, my fucking headmates are gonna love this fucking game. Honestly, fucking sick. You could probably convince me to wear this outfit. This jacket is actually kind of goes hard. I feel like jumping to a preset is kind of like getting a tattoo out of the book of tattoos they keep in the place for people who want a tattoo, but kind of just want options instead of have something that speaks to them. And it's valid, but also it feels like, well, don't isn't the point of all this to personalize? Oh shit, I'm over encumbered. Alright, now I'm not over encumbered. I'm a little lopsided now. And if you run out of fuel, you have to come to a complete stop. The combat feels like it has very little impact. Other games I'm thinking of while playing this. Lost Planet Extreme Condition. Overheated. this weapon loadout is shit for sustained fire. It might be okay for damage output depending on how rough the boss is. It's gonna be funny if this is not a sign of a boss. Oh, that shoots toxic gas. I don't know where a map is. And it doesn't tell me that I need to specifically... Doing okay. Just got done with my GF, and now we got into a disagreement on whether or not I pass. Me saying I hardly pass. Her saying if I didn't tell her I was trans, she wouldn't have known. That's an interesting conversation to have, because, like, some people assume that some people assume that someone passing is like the static thing, but it really depends on the person. Like, and I feel like it especially feels weird for someone to, you know, be assured, oh no, you passed, I wouldn't have known. And it's like, okay, you wouldn't have known, but that doesn't mean like the average person would have like clocked you or wouldn't have. It's weird, and it's certainly a weird position to be in, to, you know, tell someone, no, I definitely do not pass. But, you know, everyone has a different standard. I am so confused on where to go. I'm about to fall to my motherfucking death. And there's not a clear way across. This is becoming very unfortunate. It was a good reason to change weapons again. But I'm still struggling to figure out where to go. Just barely not over encumbered. Beautiful. Oh, excuse me. Oh right, there was this thing over here that I couldn't connect to, so I need to find something to like turn on power or something. Certainly can't jump up there. Fuel efficiency sucks. Alright. That ain't too bad. I like that lock on. Oh shit. Not lying, I'm over there. Ugh, jellyfish. Now I know how SpongeBob feels. Okay, so I went there last time. I didn't go this way. Ugh. What? Huh. This game is interesting again. Now that I'm not lost. Well, I'm still lost, but I'm lost in a good way now. What anime did you watch, Fuzzle? Oh. Yeah, I'm starting to feel a little bit more of the Dark Souls-y design now. Getting caught unaware. Oh, wow. Trying to remind myself not to hold this to fucking AAA game standards. Especially after upon opening the menu, I'm just like, near. Almost seemed like the thing was taking damage from a source other than me. Maybe I should open a fight with sniper fire. And then switch to the assault rifle. Ugh. Gotta check your sets. And your 7 and your 8. And whatever number comes after that. Alright, we're going down. Something's gonna attack me while I'm standing on the thing. Oh, maybe there's a button? Okay. I legitimately was about to try to fucking slide on this rail. The environment is so fucking huge. Really? Nothing even attacked me? I'll be real, I'm surprised. I got a new smile. Little repairing agent as a treat. This looks promising. Oh, hello. I can't do enough damage. Faye. Well, I knew there was something to it. This sure is a big room. Oh, I'm dead. Damn! No signal. An hour and 10 minutes on this one. I really want to get to a natural stopping point other than just exploding. I forgot I had that. So the toadstool rings are like an additional like, it's almost like doors, or like the ability to basically like shortcuts. It's an unconventional shortcut. Frigid pest obtained. Oh, okay. Yo. Ow. I may have found the boss layer. Ooh. Yeah, it seems way more likely to be a fog door. Yep. Something's gonna try to kill me. And I will kill it in response. Probably. It's the Shagohod? Not complaining. First boss. I'm a little peeved they didn't let me fight the boss. I have feelings. 3D action game where you can customize mech girls and explore ruin world as a frame unit. Your adventure will pit you against a gigantic autonomous factory world of Hod. Overcome obstacles using parts at your disposal and uncover the mysteries that lie at its center. Demo will be available until March 30th. 3D action game where you control a mech girl. She explores gigantic factory world of Hod on your journey to uncover the truth. Hod, the world in which you inhabit, is a massive crater crawling with armored units, broken machines, and ruined buildings strewn across its landscape. But fate can be cruel, and you must scavenge the land for its resources if you wish to survive in this ruined world. Make use of parts and items you find on your journey and overcome the trials and that lie before you. I see. Wait. 2 games being worked on at the same time. Well, this one has a straight up release date though. Not gonna lie, someone telling me it's like RPG style customization. It's like, and doesn't do much for me. Oh yeah, we'll keep an eye out on Doll's Nest. We'll see. It may also just be that it's not well optimized, so we're struggling to enjoy it at its best. Though honestly, I'm not completely turned off from it. I do think it needs a little bit of tweaking, or maybe it's just that the early game with less options is just a lot more rigid. But I'm sure doll perverts will love this. Doll perverts will surely love this. I don't know how many of these I am gonna get through before I end tonight, but I'll try to get through a couple more. In the pursuit of getting through more Steam Next Fest demos, I will choose one that I think will be short. Contract Rush, Dietz. Let's start some carnage. Full sensitivity warning. $50 versus $7. The king has finally begun his invasion. Alright, Cynthia. This is the moment we've been waiting for. The mission starts now. Sod City. Immediately feeling like alien hominoid. Double bullets. Agility up. checkpoint. Melee sword upgrade. Ooh! Fuck! That's cool. Yes, I can shoot up. Ow. Double jump. Oh, hello. You're cute.
Hey, Cynthia. Crazy to get this started, right? We've thought of this day for ages. I'll keep a lookout for agents. We've got to get to the king first. Our target shouldn't be far ahead, though. You'll need to pass through City Hall. It might get crazy in there. This should make the trip easier. See you on the far side. Good luck.
Shattering bullets. Huh? You're not a rescue team. Who are you? Don't tell me you're just some random third party trying to interfere. There's no place for you, man. Beat it! Wasn't here for you anyway. Ow. You don't look like a BAD agent. What are you doing here? The demon army could easily tear you to shreds. You ought to head back to our city.
Boss, I'm telling you, I cannot make it into work today. Well, yeah, I did see a tattoo somewhere in the rubble. I'm on my way.
That's so fucked up. Damn. Chainsaw? Fuck. Motherfucker. Oh, I can just hold the shooting button down. My invasion is nearly complete. With the city's grid down and my army strong, humanity will not stand a chance. You're the only thing standing between me and domination. I will rise to the world above. I will become king of all lands, not only my own. This is it. This is my final stand. You look like a fucking penis. Alright, his boss is... What the heavens? You can't hurt me! You've made a grave mistake. Oh, wow. Fuck yeah! I just chainsawed the devil. What? How? After everything I've done? Just like that? Who are you? I'm gonna go meditate. Keep the bullets held. Enjoy your meditation. Damn, the first boss was the devil. Guess it's all downhill from here. This does got some Chainsaw Man energy, not gonna lie. I do love the hand animated shit. Knew it was a fucking Newgrounds. It does really just scream Newgrounds. She's very determined. Act 1. Contract rush. You're finally back. Excellent work, Cynthia. Everything went according to plan. Not a hitch as far as I can tell. The heart of the devil. This will be crucial to our goal. The mission to rescue my son. If we keep this up, we can bring Zell back to life. I just know it. Cynthia, go rest. We'll use the heart to charge our chrono device overnight. And tomorrow, we will increase our scope. Your lives have been replenished. What the? Where am I? I thought I was the king of the underworld. What is this dark gray place? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Where are my minions?
Hey, Sen. Good morning. We're a little busier than usual. Maybe our advertising is working. Boss is in the back to discuss your next shift. But grab a drink before you go.
The cafe. Scary day yesterday, don't you think? I'm just glad the BAD agents did their finest and took care of the devil.
My grandpa let me drink coffee today. Hooray! Grandpa always tells me to stay hydrated and to always drink something before going out. You should do that too. My grandpa is always right. Hey, what's up? Hey, don't blame me for not wanting my real name attached to all this. Maybe I'll tell it to you once we're all done. Better question is, why don't you go under a fake name? Not at all worried? Your next contract to take on? That's for you to decide. Unless you're looking for a suggestion, then, Why don't you try taking on Florelzebub? Pirate Town's in a terrible spot. They could use your help. Much longer invulnerability time after taking damage. It ain't the cheap stuff. This is an imported straight from Wisconsin. It's good for your bones, I hear. What do I order? No, I got that one earlier today. Damn. It's kind of making me want a bagel. I've heard the bad agency has taken credit for the devil's demise. Works for us. Keeps us out of the spotlight. We have the opportunity to strike any of our SIT's targets. Help them out. Take them out one by one. Isle of Fleas. Pirate Town recently reported a sighting of a flea, and within days the island was overrun. Infected most of the population, I hear. That's how they work. Even spotting a single flea is a death sentence. We're here for Fleelzebub, who has likely been summoned here. Wait, so there's other playable characters then? Trained from childhood to complete one specific mission, Cynthia is a well-rounded character capable of defeating enemies at all ranges. Yeah, so she's probably a playable character. Rapid Fire Fury. Gets it into the level. My typical route to the cafe is being blocked out by stragglers from the demon army. How inconvenient. Yeah, I'm just gonna do the main thing here. The Lord of the Fleas. A strong tool used by the mob for many years. Fleelzebub isn't from this dimension. It's a mysterious being used primarily as a weapon. It can be easily summoned and controlled if you've got the know-how and the proper tools. Since the mob broke apart, Fleelzebub hasn't made any appearances. Till now. Pirate Town has been nearly destroyed by this infestation, so there must be a summoning ritual happening here. You'll be dropped on the island, though you'll have to get to their hive on your own. Ooh, scenic. I love how that one just fell into the abyss.
Damn. This guy looks cool. Hey, ahoy. Take a look around. We stumbled into a flea infestation. Hope you didn't intend on making it worse for us, matey. Arg. You look friendly enough. I could really use the hand. You here for the Lord of the Fleas, I take it? These fleas popped up out of nowhere and attacked the townsfolk. Pirate Town is in a bad spot. I'm trying to put together something of a crew. Lads I can trust to help me take down the Lord. Problem is, they don't quite see the trust in me to begin with. I've got something of a reputation. Maybe a new face can convince them. Let's see if we can get 3 of them to join the crew. Should be enough of us to have a fighting chance. Recruit 3 pirates. Remember that. And by the way, the name's Keel. Don't sink, scallywag. Whoa. Oh. I need more than one knife strike. Saw blade bullets. Fire it up. This is a cute character. Masked. So they're all gonna have well, I guess not everyone is gonna have necessarily gonna have a name that's a piece on a pirate ship, but it would make sense if they do. Before you even ask, matey, the answer's already no. Keel put you up to this, didn't he? He really thinks he can work well enough with others to lead a crew? He's a loner, no team leader at all. Can't trust him, at least I never will.
The thief. And that bird he travels with, it reeks. Ah, shiver me damn timbers. Pirate Town really is a wreck down there, isn't it? Those fleas aren't going away on their own, I see. I was hoping we wouldn't have to resort to his violence. Only Keel knows how to fight here. Aye, maybe he's just what the town needs right now. I'm in, but only just this once. Don't make me regret this, lad. Ahoy, matey! This looks like to be the way towards the hive. Just a couple of hops past the swamp. They've done mighty damage to the town. It's a struggle to find others. We had any luck acquiring a crew? Off to a good start, matey, but we'll need more help than that. Try finding 2 more pirates that are willing to help us, yar? Yahar. Swordfish smoothie now in the shop. Sounds gross as fuck. So many chainsaws. So little time. Ooh. Yo. Huh. Yar, are ye a flea? Yo, get away from me. Oh, you're normal. I was chased down here by those wretched creatures. Can you believe how fast they infested the place? Sorry, I only get the pirate accent when I'm highly stressed. I'm fine right now. What are you doing here anyway? Oh no! No way am I gonna work with Bandit Keel. He's violent. He sets traps to kill the fleas. Yeah. He sets traps to kill the fleas. Yeah, to kill them. He actually uses cutlass. He isn't just hanging up on the wall like the rest of us. What's that guy know about being a pirate? We're pacifists! Nine wants us to try to fight the flea god? But I mean, if it's the only way I'm getting out of here, I'll join you guys, but only in a supportive role. I'll take no part in the violence. I'll catch up to you, just need a second to fix myself up. Bandit Keel doesn't know a thing about what ancient pirates did. We live by the pirate code here, you know? Love thy neighbor and stuff. Keel really thinks he can fight his way out of his problems. Not possible. Ancient pirates. The rich and get richer. All pickups magnetize to you from a distance. And money magnetizes from a greater distance than normal.
I swear it looks like he's gonna fucking piss himself. It was a fine day in Pirate Town. What brings you over here? Are you here from the sprawling caves, the massive treehouse? Maybe even our fine swamplands. Har. What? And Davy Jones? Flea infestation? Lord of the Fleas? I haven't left my home in days. What are fleas? Come to think of it, I did hear a ruckus outside. Bandit Kill wants to form a crew? That thief from the outskirts of town? He ain't no good, son. We ain't like his ways. Not to mention he plundered my TV. We have a strict no stealing policy. Bandit Kill does whatever he wants. But if you're saying there's some Lord of the Fleas you need to stop, you'll need old salt like me. Maybe I'll even steal something for the first time. Lead the way. I'm so good at stealing. Aye, all three. That should be plenty. Pull me up with you at the base of the hive. You go on ahead. This platform should take you across, but watch your steps, scallywag. The fleas even infestate the raft, eh? No solid ground to stand on. See you on the other side. In one piece, hopefully. Arrgh. Oh! Instant death. This sign is written in flea language. You can't understand it. The sign is written in English. It just says that. I see. Wild. Oh, sorry. I thought you were a flea. Ahoy, lad! This here is the base of the hive. I suspect the summoning ritual is happening right here. Our team should be here any seafaring second now. Bowsplit, Anchor, fine choices. The town brain and the town old. There he is, Bandit Keel in the flesh. Arr, arr, arr.
Can we really trust him? Nah, not one bit.
Ahoy, mast.
We're here because you're the only one that can fight. Don't be thinking you're forgiven for all ye plundering from town.
Well, I was hoping we could all put it in some effort to learn to fight for this time. But I can lead you. You're on my crew now, just watch and learn. Onward, mateys.
Wait up!
He called me old.
He recognizes me skill set. Well, this is it. No turning back now. Aye. Do be ready for the hive, lad.
I wonder if everyone just thinks Cynthia is a boy or they're using lad like some people use dude.
It reeks in here.
That must be all the muck and filth of the fleas. We're in that turf for sure. Onward! God, it looks like a fucking RPG party. Here's where it begins. Stretch your knuckles, lads.
Woo! Just like that, he's going down there. That's Keel, alright. Could at least given us some direction, but here we go.
I'm too old for this. I should have started sooner. Arr, arr, arr. Arr.
No goodness. If I die, you're invited to the funeral. Yo.
Oh, wait. I think it's. I feel like that's like the 4Kids One Piece OP thing. Yo.
Oh no, the pirate accent is coming back.
Yeah, you're just gonna sit there screaming the entire time. Got it. Ooh, sets bullets.
You landlubbers, Doomy and Cynthia, you need to pull all the weight. Where your swords at?
I left mine hanging on the wall where it always is.
We're trying our best here. Poor Bone Spirit looks like he actually had a heart attack. I'm fine. I hope. Wait, gold! I see gold ahead!
I'm actually not getting help. Doesn't seem like any of my companions are actually programmed to attack. Oh no, never mind. He's attacking. Nope. I set to 7, so whatever 8 is. These enemies have a weird binding of Isaac energy. I can't put my finger on it.
Weren't these caves filled with nothing but salty rocks? It's like they turned into a castle using our own materials. Fleas seem to function sort of like a hive mind. They carved this place out in no time.
So you're saying they're good at working as a team? Figures are.
Hey, we're working on it. I like to think we're getting better.
Fuck your couch. Hope you have fun with the Nets Fest demo. I was gonna head on and play a new Monster Hunter game with play a new Monster Hunter with some friends. Oh, cool. Hope you have some fun. My thighs are screaming from crossing my legs. Jesus. You know you can meditate without sitting crisscross applesauce, right? The end is in sight, crew. I gotta turn into a skeleton.
Was that all of them? Aye, most of them at least. But the Lord is still ahead of us. These carvings on the wall. The ritual must be just up ahead. Let's take a quick rest, eh, crew? That's a lot for me to handle. I go. But we're almost done. I think we can do it. Who am I kidding? We don't stand a chance. I'm not ready for this, matey. I don't know if we're really prepared for this. What are we supposed to do in there? I tried throwing a punch at a flea. No use. Keel doesn't understand. I'm ready. That blasted flea won't know what hit him. I'm warming up to this whole crew. I couldn't stand bowsprit first we met, arr. It's high time to batten down the hatches. We're in the real deal now, yarg. I don't belong here fighting. I've always had more of a knack for creating, rather than destroying. In fact, I might be able to scrounge up something here. Yo, take this. Thank you. Yarg. Aye, Cynthia. I can feel things haven't gone the best back there. The team ain't able to pull their own weight. I do fear it's my own fault. I've never, worked well with others. Pirate Town and I have a history. Plundering some belongings, hunted for wildlife, gotten into fights. They ain't believe any of that, saying they're pacifists, like the real ancient pirates were. I suppose I don't fit in with them. But I'm looking to make things right. I'm aiming to be the best captain of this crew I can be. It's hard seeing them not able to do what I can. Why can't they just grab their swords and fight like us? Instead, they run away and hid. Now we're down here and they struggle to help us take on the fleas. You ready to head on yet? Huh? A pirate? What are you doing here? The ritual will be almost complete, matey. Bilge? Me neighbor? You're the one summoning the fleas? How did you do this? I got a hold of me very own flea. That's right, a fella gave it to me. I'm doing this for us all. We pirates need to slay a beast! We don't slay beasts, matey. That's where you're wrong, lass. The ancient pirates slayed all kinds. Squids, krakens, cthulhus, to mean a name. We need our town. And any second now, it'll be here, ready for us to cut it down. Shiver me timbers, lads. He's nuttier than I thought. Prepare ye swords! Ready ye fists! Load ye guns! Rise, Beelzebub! Deep be battle that we deserve. The beast we so desperately need. Battle us, as you are the Lord of the Fleas. Crushes him and kills him instantly. Yeah, thought so. Wow. I was just getting in the groove, too. What the? What happened? Ah, the beast! So death is canon then. It's not working. They keep spawning in and healing the Lord. Come on, Keel. This is your plan? I'm trying here. There's a lot going on. Just keep attacking. There's gotta be a way to wear it down eventually. Sweet Davy Jones! We're all gonna die here. Sans-coated ass. Ugh. Oh. Kill! Oh no! Don't die on us now, bandit! Cynthia, the necklace, quick! The necklace? What does that have to do with anything? There's no time, just bring it to him! Keel's necklace. Added 2 key items. The necklace Keel's always wearing. Put the necklace on Keel, hurry! A device from the before era that twists time to bring the user back from the brink of death. Oh! Huh, that makes sense. Is Keel, like, dead? Like, he keeled over? And he's probably just always been dead? I was nearly toast there. This pendant. Mass gave it to me ages ago. Made it herself, just for me. Whenever I carry it, things work out alright. Thanks, lad. Maybe all we need to defeat this beast is some proper leadership. We're not done here yet. Anchor! Load the cannon! Aye aye! Mass, there's materials around. Crate healing supplies. Ho ho, I was waiting for this. Bowspirit, destroy the altar! Stop the flow! You don't have to tell me twice, Captain! Cynthia, you and I will keep attacking the Lord. Aye, crew, we've almost got this!
feel like I'm playing a Saturday morning cartoon. This is a compliment.
Did we win?
Is the town finally safe? I think so, lads. Arr, arr, arr. Who would have thought the bandit can lead?
I knew you had it in you.
Aye.
Guess we do make a solid crew in the end. Hip hip! Hooray!
And with that, I think I'll finally be taking my leave. Oh, I was just starting to like ye.
Yeah, you can't leave. You gotta be our captain.
I appreciate it. But I'd enjoy taking some time away from here now. I've lived my whole life in this town. Besides, you've proven to be more than capable without me.
Aye, you helped us stop sitting at the sidelines and take action. Even without fighting, we were still able to take part in defeating the Lord and saving Pirate Town. Yeah, my confidence is off the charts right now.
There's still quite a few fleas left roaming around the island. Can you three keep the town safe?
Yeah, we'll manage. Yaha.
I'm more ready than ever. Fleas don't stand a chance against us now, arg.
Then I'll be on my way.
Yahar. Cynthia, what's this cafe you work at called again? Oh, well, he'll become a playable character. The Lord of the Fleas has been defeated. A day I thought I'd never see, a testament to our success. Fine work today. Yeah, it's definitely on our radar. Screenshot and share with the community. Alright. Wow. Oh, that spring? That's soon. Yeah, that was sick. I'm really excited for this one. Oh wait, it's already out? No, sorry, that was the release day of the demo. I'm silly. Contact Rush Dia. It's also also known as simply Contact Rush, is a hand-animated run-and-gun with multiple playable characters and focus on exploration and story. Complete contracts and collect power-ups that strengthen you immensely, all culminating in massive boss fights. With inspiration from Flash cartoon slash games of the 2000s. The visuals are hand animated with a sharp and bold style. Taking on contracts, you'll be exploring large levels, all their own enemies. Subcontracts will be taking on smaller challenge levels, with a variety of objectives are earned. Turn all 3 stars in each and get rewards. Multiple playable characters, all with unique playstyles. Some are focused on pure shoot 'em up gameplay, others center around melee attacks. If you're having trouble on a level, sometimes trying out a new character is key. The game contains large amounts of cartoon violence, primarily with enemy death animations. Yeah, I highly recommend you try this out. This felt really good to play. I'm assuming the original if there's an original Contact Rush, because you know DX kind of implies this is like an expanded version or something. I'm wondering if there was maybe like a basic version without as much like polish or bells and whistles that might have been like on Newgrounds or something. Alright, yeah. Keep an eye on that one. We'll probably end up streaming again some demos on Saturday. So this next one might be the last one of the night, depending on how long it is. Lots of choices. Alright, what is probably going to be the last demo of the night. I am Nina. Although the title, I think, is technically I am Nina. I think it's really interesting. I Am Nina is a psychological horror game where you must convince your mom that you really are her daughter. Combine words together in your brain and use them to talk. Get her to trust you. That last sentence in this description throws in a level of doubt to if you're playing as the actual person that you're trying to convince the mother that you are, or if you're someone else. Although it also makes me think of, you know, immediately it makes me think of how mental illness might make people think that you're possessed by a demon or something. Mentally ill people have historically not been treated well and been assumed to be monsters, especially stuff like DID and plurality, autism, stuff that feels like for some people it's like, oh, like this person was never the same again. It's just my feelings going in. Amori vibes. Oh my god. Yeah, this could easily has to do with plurality, or at least is open for a plurality reading. You don't remember who you are. Act like her. Talk like her. Gosh. Also got me thinking about, what was it, Inside Mari? That's a great manga that you should read. Want out-of-body experience. Am I Nina? Sorry, Nima. Am I Nima puts you in control of Nima's fractured mind. Trapped in a dimly lit basement, you must navigate once familiar rooms, unlocking hidden memories and placing together the truth behind your captivity. Oh, actually, I'm not gonna read any more on this page until I simply play it. Also got me thinking of a bag of milk, for obvious reasons. The style and the themes. Not the music I expected on this title screen. Here for it though. Here for it though. Okay. Oh. Dark, cold, endless, and utterly serene. The perfect undulating prison for you to spend eternity. An irritating yet familiar voice scratches at your brain, and you find yourself violently awoken by a mysterious figure. It worked? You're breathing? The air is cold and stagnant. The walls that surround you provide the room with a distant lack of natural light. You are underground. Dozens of boxes overflowing with trinkets brings you a strange sense of comfort. That comfort dissipates as you realize you're tied to the chair you're sitting in. A bungee cord holds your head up. Nima, is that you? Words in your brain can be combined to unlock new words. So if I combine Nemo with stranger, I get mom. All words are stored in your library after they're unlocked. When you're done, words can be dragged from your brain down to your mouth to unlock new dialogue options. This game is very... oh my god, I can actually see her in the corner of the room, the mom. Mom? What's going on? Wait, yes. It's all coming back to you now. You're Nima Lee. This is your mother, Annabella Lee. Mom breathes a sigh of relief and smiles. Oh, thank God. I thought I'd lost you. She excitedly steps forward, but stops herself just short of throwing her arms around you in an embrace. She pauses. Lost me? Mom shudders. Let me bring you some food first. You must be starving. Mom enters the basement, excitedly clambering her way up the stairs. I hope she trips and cracks her skull.
Thanks, Mom!
A sopping wet bowl of slop is gently presented to you. The odor, reminiscent of wet dog and dirty socks, is masked by an overwhelming amount of soy sauce. Your nose begins to shrivel like a worm left out in the sun. Mom unties your hands but leaves your waist and head fastened to the chair. With some effort, you can now eat your gruel. She places a small, dull spoon in your now free hand. As opposed to a sharp spoon? She's even uglier up close. Okay, Nima, before you eat, we need to have a little talk. There was an accident. Your memories may have been affected, and I want to assure you're okay before everything goes back to normal. You're gonna be living and sleeping in the basement for now. Can you untie me? You're tied up for your own safety. If you fall unconscious, I don't want you to fall and hurt yourself. Just follow her rules and we'll be free. You're not a prisoner, this is just a controlled environment for you to heal in, okay? You look at the bowl of food and then back up at her. You try to nod, but your head just bounces in your binds. Alright, so starting tomorrow, I'm gonna be bringing you items. I want you to think of how these items make you feel, if they bring back any memories. For now, let's start with something simple as an example. She takes the bowl of gruel and pushes it towards you. What does this kangi make you think of? You start to eat while... oh. You can start to eat while we talk if you like. Indulgence and mom is science. Nima and science. Oh. Nima... there's a lot of things we could do. Indulgence and disgust is judgment. Mom and judgment is regret. Regret and kangi? Regret and me stolen. Self-loathing. Stolen mom equals family. Marine biologist. What did I get from... huh. You hesitate, looking down at the bowl and back at her. Although she claims that there are no wrong answers, you know this is not true. She's looking for a specific response. Oh, this is just a video game about abuse. Love these. I mean, I kind of figured, but yeah. Try connecting ideas in your mind and see where those trains of thought lead you. Oh.
Try connecting ideas in your mind and see where those trains of thought lead you. Tell me what you're thinking about. This is scary. Oh, it's fine. You need it to get better. Come on now, eat up. That's it? You don't want to be spoiled or anything, but couldn't it be sushi? Maybe a burger? Mom smiles at you, cocking her head to the side, looking back and forth between you and the bowl. Does she seriously not think anything is wrong here? You have to tell her how disgusting this is. Despite every fiber of your being screaming at you not to, you bravely force a single spoon of piping hot kangi down your throat. Kangi. What is that? I'm pretty sure it's an Asian dish. I almost want to say Chinese? Ah, I see. Okay, so this is the kangi on the table is certainly not an appetizing version of kangi, because it should not look like that. It's obviously like cartoonily shown to be made very badly with the fish skeleton in it. Kangi is a form of savory rice porridge made by boiling rice in a large amount of water until the rice softens. Depending on rice-water ratio, the thickness of kangi varies from a Western oatmeal porridge to a gruel. Since the history of rice cultivation in Asia stretches back to... Let's just go Wikipedia directly. Ah! This might also have interesting framing. Vivid experiences of eating or delivering thin kangi as wartime or famine food often feature in diaries and chronicles. In some cultures, kangi is eaten primarily as a breakfast food or late supper. Some may eat it as a substitute for rice at other meals. It is often considered suitable for the sick as a mild, easily digestible food. Definitely makes sense why a kid might see this as kind of gross. Maybe there's some brain damage. Maybe or maybe Nima is a little autistic, and it looks way grosser than it actually is because of that perception. I'm pretty sure it seems from what I'm reading here, kangi is like something you might have in different Asian countries, but China is known for kangi, I think. That's what it seems to. That's what this Wikipedia seems to be telling me. Not that I needed to know that to continue the game. I was just curious. Overwhelmed by the pungent taste of Mom's unconventional methodology of cooking, you spit it back out. Better to starve to death to endure another mouthful of this overseasoned nightmare. Unsurprisingly, Mom looks away in shame and apologizes for the culinary travesty before you. I guess my cooking hasn't improved then. I'm sorry, Mom. I can't eat this. Well, you have to eat something. Can we order takeout? She cringes. The notion of spending money on greasy fast food when there is perfectly fine kangi at home seems to cause her physical anguish. You know what? I have some burger coupons upstairs. I've been saving them for a special occasion. To be determined if she'll remember to actually do this. Huh. She's gonna feed us, alright? Oh, she's gonna feed us, right? You yawn. The bowl of kangi certainly chased away your appetite. Now you prefer to find a nice den to crawl inside and sleep. Mom sets the bowl aside and lets out a long sigh and stares at you intently, preparing for something. How much of that accident do you remember? You shake your head. Some things just come to you. But as far as you're concerned, everything that happened before you woke up in this basement feels like a dream. You were swimming. You hit your head. You're lucky I was able to rescue you. You clutch your head as a bolt of pain travels from the top of your cranium down your spine. Ow. Likely story. A memory surges to you. You recall looking up at your mother's stony face. In her hand, she clutches a small, sharp knife designed to cut through flesh and organs. Your mother looks worried as she reaches out to console you. You recoil away from her. Maybe we should talk about this later. Tomorrow, the real test will begin. You pass those, and you'll be free to leave the basement. Everything will return to normal. How am I supposed to pass if I can barely remember anything? I suppose it's only fair if you have a chance to ask me some questions in return. There's a shuddering pain racking your brain. You're almost spent for the day. Choose your next words carefully. What do you want to know? Regret. Judgment. Stolen. A game about thinking. Oh. So, especially because we were talking about abuse and stuff earlier, I think it's interesting because, you know, micromanaging your abuser is unfortunately becomes a full-time job for victims. Am I Nima? If I can only ask one question, I don't think she's gonna answer if she hurt me. Rest of the family. I am curious about the rest of the family. Where's the rest of our family? Mom reaches out and places her hand on yours. It's just you and me, Nima. That's not true. There's 2 others, aren't there?
She withdraws her hands and looks at you quizzically.
There was once. Now it's just us, okay?
Your eyelids are growing heavy. You're running out of energy.
Anything else you want to ask me about? Am I Nima?
Your mother looks stricken, drawing away from you. She closes her heart, and instead of a smile, you see the same stony face you saw in the memory that flashed through your brain.
I'm joking. I know my name is Nima.
Your mother doesn't laugh.
Nima, please. This is not the time to be joking. I need you to take this seriously.
Well, that was a waste of a question, but it was worth it for the look on her face. You yawn and your mother takes notice.
Nima, sweetie, don't you think it's time to go to bed? I just have one more question. Okay, what do you want to know?
Hungry.
I remember you hurt me.
Mom flinches. You can tell she struck you. You can tell you struck a nerve. She begins to tremble.
Nima. Honey. I know I'm not always present, but I would never...
You have a second memory come to you. You're trapped in an abyss, eyes shut and disconnected from your brain. You can feel your mother holding your hand. No. Play dumb.
Sorry, Mom. I'm confused.
Mom relaxes a little, although she doesn't let go of the barb you stuck in her.
Lately, I've been prioritizing my work over you, and that's not fair. It'll be different now, I promise. That doesn't mean I've ever actually actively wanted to hurt you. But I can't deny that you've been hurt because I've not been there for you when you've needed me.
The conversation trails off. You're both unwilling to look at each other. The pain surging through your brain terminates with a certain pull of the plug. Your eyes cut to blindness, and then you feel your body fall forward to be caught by the ropes fastening you to the chair. You flicker in and out of consciousness as rogue bolts of electricity wiggle your neurons. Mom hums a familiar song. A pair of tender arms bear the full weight of your malnourished and sickly form. You're now lowered on a lumpy mattress, tucked in routinely and without indulgence. Whoever carried you here was hesitant to do so. Her acts of mothership seem little more than a performance. Despite that, you feel a gentle hand caress the side of your face, and once again, the world goes dark.
My head hurts. This is my room. I barely remember it. What's he so happy about?
Oh well. Pisses me off.
Pisses me off. I wonder what's out there. Hot to the touch. I was his child, and I was her child. In this kingdom by the sea. A child's drawing. It vaguely resembles a koi fish. James Pond.
Ooh. We certainly live in squalor, huh?
This human looks strange. I wish I could be the powerhouse of the cell.
So probably a 6th grader. I'm pretty sure it was 6th grade that we learned about the mitochondria.
The Nematochondria! Is it July already? Feels like it's been a million years. Dumbass. It at base is trying its best. Help Mom file taxes. Mama's always stressed about those. Milk, rice, coffee, tomatoes. I wonder if Mom had time to pick up groceries while I was gone. Doesn't seem like it. Tomato Boy is the coolest. I've read all of the comics. Save the whales. Though it is beautiful when a whale dies, they host an entire ecosystem. A penguin. I wonder if they're ever jealous of the birds in the sky. My old locker. I can't remember the password. I used to chew on these pencils. This is my special jar of wishes. Right now, I wish I could get out of here. My purpose in life. I wonder what my purpose is. I guess Nemo would be too obvious. I wish I could shrink down, just to see how my dolls live. Was it always this lumpy? Tales from the Uncool Kid, Benson Breer. This book used to be so relatable. Now I just think he's a loser. 101 dinosaur jokes that'll have your friends roaring. How did dinosaurs pay their bills? With Tyrannosaurus checks! Zong Wen 7. Even after all these years of studying, my Mandarin still sucks. These fish are trapped in a fake world. Not to toot my own horn, but I'm a pretty strong swimmer.
Oh God! Oh, hi. Hello. Welcome. Fuck. How was the stream? Ugh. Ooh. This is even a normal day that we stream. Damn, I didn't even know it was this late. Well, I guess technically now it's a normal day that we stream because it's Friday. But welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Banui. I'm basically doing some Steam Next Fest demos. I did like 3 or 4 hours talking about othering in queer communities and like intra-community like ostracization and violence, canceling abuse, that sort of thing. That was a rough time, but a very fulfilling conversation. And now we're playing a bunch of Steam Next Fest demos. The current one I'm playing is really interesting. It's about, I guess, having memory loss and brain damage and trying to remember things and say the right words to your mom so that she doesn't treat you worse. It's called Am I Nema? I hope everyone's doing well and having a good night. If you need to skedaddle, but anyway, feel free because, long streams and all that. That's one thing we certainly have in common. We both tend to stream really long. I am approaching my 8th hour of stream. No breaks so far, but I'm fine at the moment. For folks who are new to our streams, hi, I'm Duskbite. I use he and they pronouns. I'm part of a plural system in which we all have our own personas. We use PNG or VTuber models to not just differentiate ourselves for the sake of our viewers, but also for the sake of ourselves, because doing this and existing online as ourselves is just, it's awesome. It makes us feel more like people. And when you share a body, sometimes it's hard to get that. We try to host a stream and a community that encourages people to look out for each other, to meet people where they're at, and to be willing to be challenged a little bit, and to be uncomfortable. Something that recently that has been in our brain is less about just having a cozy community where everyone can feel safe, because ultimately that's not possible. Thank you, Salty Moon Goddess. Your future will be filled with happiness and sadness, as all our lives will be. I found myself, we found ourselves, instead of trying to say to our audience and to our community, you will be comfortable here, you will be comfy, and things will not challenge you, and this is a reprieve from the world and all the bad things in it. We don't necessarily function like that, and our safe spaces aren't always the epitome of coziness. Some things that we find comfort in are troubling in ways. Some people have comfort media. Our comfort media tends to be stuff that explores dark topics. And in that realm of things, we do like to, I guess, approach those things that make us a little bit uneasy and try to find a place that we can comfortably discuss these things. And so, instead of saying, oh, welcome all to our comfy corner of the internet, I'm more like, welcome to a place where I hope you feel okay being a little bit outside of your comfort zone. All that to say, I hope you have a good time here, but it does get heavy sometimes. That being said, if you want to just vibe, if you want to just, figure out how the community and the stream kind of feel for you, feel free to do that. We love lurkers here. Otherwise, if it's not your vibe, it's not your vibe. Yeah, I think that's most of everything. They'll usually talk about 18 plus stream. We're very kink friendly here. We're very mental health and leftism aware. We're queer as fuck, so it comes up all the time. And neurodivergence and shit. So those are all safe and very typical topics that you might find us talking about in the stream. So do be aware of that. Yeah. I'm plural too, as my viewers know. Oh, right. I tend to I tend to go over everything just in case. Wootzit. Thank you for following. Your future will be filled with happiness and sadness. I try not to overly explain myself, but we do tend to just go from top to bottom sometimes. One of our greatest fears is not being understood. How was your stream, by the way, Benui? I think that's how you do shoutouts. You're playing Valheim. Nice. I've still yet to play that game. We have such a hard time approaching like builder games. Like shit, we still haven't touched Minecraft in like a couple of years since we first got it. Like I don't know what it is, but like it's hard to break through the start of those sort of games because it feels so intimidating at times, even though we know that it's such a nice thing to fall into. Subnautica is probably one of the few games like that we have spent a lot of time in and find ourselves easily able to sink into. Other games, it's a little bit harder. Like we usually slide off of them just from the scope and the centering of making our own fun. Making your own fun can be hard for us. Plural non-binary Therian. It's Latina here. Not the most relatable, probably. Well, I mean, to the average person, but I'm plural, I'm an MB, I'm certainly a Therian. I have a few headmates who use idits, and I certainly know some other queers who use idits. So, I know that it can be kind of hard to find like-minded folks, like-minded critters, but honestly, you're in good company, I think. Oh yeah, and we do have a Discord, 18 plus, of course. Nice to see you, Puppy Potion. Been a while. Not to toot my own horn, but I'm a pretty strong swimmer. Oh, that's what Nima got awards for. A book about evolution. A book about evolution. I wonder what we'll evolve into. Hopefully, a Pokemon. She spent a lot of time working on this one. No one even read it. These fish are trapped in a fake world. Seems lonely. She needs a friend. Okay, so maybe I can put stuff in my... Okay, I can't put stuff in my brain because I'm not having a conversation. Or I should say I can't put stuff in my mouth. Should I knock for Mom? Not yet. Was hoping to... Wait, what was that? I can't read the little award. I don't think we've gotten any information that would help me open this yet. So yeah, I guess we will knock for Mom. So for folks who came in with the raid, I woke up with no memories, tied to a chair in the basement with my mother like fucking skulking in the dark asking me questions. And it seems that she did something that has caused this and is being really cagey about it. And she's trying to test me to make sure of something, to make sure it is safe for me to for things to go back to normal, whatever the fuck that means. There is a voice in my head that is very distrustful of our mother, and seems like a very upset individual in and of themselves. Not necessarily violent or anything, but certainly not happy with the situation. And if they were speaking freely, mommy dearest would probably not feel safe with us. But then again, I was tied to a chair when I woke up, so she doesn't feel safe regardless. I was not talented at all. It's hard to look at your old artwork sometimes. Are you awake? Yes. You hear her undo a series of deadbolts, opening the door only a crack for it to be caught by the chain lock and held nearly closed. Fun. She studies you. She closes the door. You hear her undo the last chain and open the door again. You didn't clean yourself up. The bathroom door was locked. Her cold demeanor thaws for a moment. Shit. She pounds her head with the palm of her hand. She gestures for you to go sit at the table while she retreats into your room and unlocks the bathroom. Quick, lock her in. You hesitate, weighing the risk of trapping your mother in your prison. She returns, quickly and efficiently. Your bathroom is unlocked. She doesn't take note of you, passing by to ascend the stairs in a staccato of thumps and exits the basement. You fidget in your chair, wonder if you did something to upset her. She's not buying it. She returns, trundling clumsily down the stairs. She holds the railing to keep herself steady. In her other hand, she carries a large tote bag bulging with concealed items. Alright. She calms down a bit and smiles placidly at you. Good morning, Nima. Good morning. Don't forget to call our mom. Did you sleep well, Mom? No. Disgusting. She's wearing the same clothes from yesterday. She looks disheveled. It's unclear if she slept at all. Are you feeling any pain? Yesterday our conversation ended rather abruptly. Your vitals are stable and you seem to have made a full recovery. Yes, I'm feeling well. Good. She flips up a notebook and makes note of that response. How was your sleep? Any interruptions or strange dreams? Lie to her. Nope. She flips her notebook closed and the fake smile turns into a real one. You're gonna do better today, right? Today is gonna be a little different from yesterday. With me, I have some items. All you need to do is tell me how they make you feel. Can you do that for me? Yes. She places a blahage upon the table in front of you. For some reason, it invokes unfamiliar feelings within. Nostalgia, sorrow, and most intriguingly, love. Now, is there anything it reminds you of? That's the toy Dad got me at the aquarium. Can we go? Can we get tickets? Yes, let us have the bowl.
It's not really a good time for that right now. Oh man, promise me we'll go someday, just like how we used to when Dad was still around.
Memories of your father's embrace fill your mind. He's no longer with you, but the plushie still connects the two of you together.
Maybe after we're done here. Does that sound good? Yeah, okay.
Mom lets out a melancholic chuckle.
It's funny, you used to bring this thing everywhere with you. I remember you never let me take it from you, even to wash it. Your father used to say it was starting to look like more like a catfish than a shark. He even considered buying a second one to switch out so we could clean it while you weren't looking. Hey! He never did, don't worry. After he passed, you were even more inseparable. You wanted to hold on to anything that reminded you of him.
You and Mom share a moment of nostalgic silence, reminiscing on the warmth of a face that fades more and more into memory every single day. Mom lovingly plants her hand on your cheek.
I'm just glad I didn't lose both of you. Okay, Nima, let's move on to something else.
She pulls out a chunk of rock with a strange formation entombed into its surface. There's a prismatic glow to the rock. An opalized skeleton frozen in time and then cracked open like an egg. Mom hesitates, unsure if she should show you this thing. Still, she places it on the table and pushes it towards you. Oh, is there like a parasite in my brain? That'd be cool. Still, she places it on the table and pushes it towards you.
What does this remind you of?
Oh. You have a memory of being at the top of the stairs to the basement, peeking down at your mother while she toiled away down here in her lab. She was looking at this rock, spending all her time with it, as if it had enchanted her. She wouldn't let you see what she was working on. Every time you interrupted, she'd tell you firmly to leave. This is the topic of her next research study, a study she had been working on night and day for most of the summer.
You spent the whole summer with that fossil. Time got away from me.
The memories are all tinged with loneliness and guilt. Your mother had called you her lab assistant, but all you did to help her was cook and clean. Back then you told yourself you did all the work for love, but now you can't help but feel indignant.
Kind of a waste of time sitting down here in the dark while the summer passes.
You touched a nerve with that one. She reacts by balling her fists. A steel veil crosses over her eyes.
You spoiled brat. You can play and do nothing all summer. Maybe to you this looks like I'm wasting my time, but all this work I've done is so we can fix our family. You shouldn't have said that. Why not? It's the truth. Play? You didn't let me go outside. I felt like I was in prison. You had to learn your lesson. What lesson? You really shouldn't have said that.
So my take right now is that whatever headmate we are or piloting, the one who is relearning all this stuff or reaccessing these memories, is not is not the consciousness that experienced all the shit with Mother here. I think the voice that keeps telling us what to do is actually the Nema that Mom is looking for. But why would she not want to come out, I wonder? I wonder.
I don't think we should continue talking about this. I want to focus on happy memories today.
Then why the fuck did you show this rock?
You're my good and happy daughter, Nema.
She speaks as if she's reminding herself who you are, but the tone is clearly suggesting that you've begun to wander off the script she set out for you.
What lesson, Ma? Don't get all righteous with me. As if it's my fault that we ended up like this. You're the one who betrayed my trust. You're the one who put this entire experiment in jeopardy. I was ready to forgive you, for us to go back to the way things were. But it seems you're too spiteful to move on. You're not Nema. Nema would never act like this. Nema would never question me like this.
Oh my god. Sorry. I just got splash damage from the trans reading I now have of this story. Because this sounds a lot like, you know, I mean, obviously this has this horror element that's leaning more and more closer to science fiction. But parents going, you're not my child of a gender that you are not. They would never do this. They would never hurt me or change their name or want hormones or this, that, and the third. I don't have reason to believe that the text will be explicitly trans, but oh gosh, is this hitting close to home right now. And it's funny, ever since the game started, we've had like distant and cold looks, but not generally a look like this. But I've kind of expected it from the beginning, because in our experience, just because someone's cozying up to you, or I shouldn't even say she's cozying up, just because someone's all smiles and seems to be treating you softly. I mean, she wasn't exactly doing that, but even in some of the quote unquote best of circumstances, someone who's abusing you is still going to be giving off this aura of you need to fall in line, and that's what kind of I was getting. So even from the beginning, it was like, as much as she was trying to endear herself to me, I was still kind of like, I don't know. And now, I don't know specifically, but I know that this mother just blamed her child, her probably like 12-year-old child, for ruining an experiment by doing something. And it's just like, I don't know, feels like a little bit of adultification there. What? Another raid? Yo! Thanks, Noir. Appreciate seeing you. Appreciate the raid. Welcome, raiders. I am Duskbite of the Fluffbite Entertainment System. I am one of many fluffs you may see here. I'm part of a plural system. We all have personas that we use to show people who we really are. Some of us have PNG tubers, some of us have VTuber models. You never know in a Fluffbite stream who you might get. We love playing indie games, and we're doing some Steam Nets Fest stuff right now. I'm playing I Am Nema, which is childhood abuse and walking on eggshells with your parents simulator? Question mark. It's a very interesting horror game about proving to your mother that you are who you say you are. Fucking wild. Not sure how long I'll stick by on account of being tired as fuck. Totally understandable. Definitely take care of yourself. Whenever we raid someone, we are usually passing out after like 30 minutes, if even that. Totally understand. But yeah, I wanted to raid into it after playing Steam Next Fest demos myself. Nice. Do you have some favorites? This one's getting pretty high up there, to be honest. Just everything about this game is making me feel uneasy, which makes me want it because horror.
You're not Nima. Nima would never act like this. Nima would never question me like this. That's it. It's time for bed.
Your mother grits her teeth to hold herself back from speaking further. Gruffly, she picks you up by your arms and hauls you back to your room. She deposits you across the threshold of the door and then quickly closes the door behind you. So she just picked me up like a fucking cat and just dropped me. I see. You hear her voice muttering something about controlled stimulus as she stomps away from the door and begins ascending the stairs out of the basement.
You messed up. Pushed her buttons too much. She doesn't love you anymore.
You banish the errant thought from your mind. After the interrogation today, you want nothing else but the comfort of the bed. You find yourself awake in bed. There are heavy weights on your arms. You try to wiggle, and your arms push against a series of tight ropes that bind you still.
I told you. She doesn't like failure.
Your mother enters the room, wiping a small steel pick with an antiseptic tissue. Oh, fuck. Muffles' life sentence, White Knuckle, Deck of Haunts, and Labyrinth of the Demon King have been some real standouts. Okay. I gotta be sure to, next time we do a Steam Next Fest dump, we start with Labyrinth of the Demon King. I definitely downloaded that and have been eyeing that one. I'll have to keep the other ones on my radar too, though. Thanks.
You awake? I didn't use enough anesthesia.
You try to scream, but you discover your mouth is gagged.
That's fine, you won't need it.
She leans over you, placing her knee on your stomach to pin you, and gripping your face with a clawed hand. The pick inches closer to your eye.
Don't blame yourself. It's my fault, really. Something must have went wrong with the procedure for you to come out like this.
She begins to caress your cheek. Her hands are trembling ever so slightly.
But that's okay.
I think that was an ice pick in her hand.
There's always next time.
You feel the blade scrape past your socket and push into the nerves of your brain. Your life terminates with a pop as she severs your brain in half. Suddenly it's dark. Dark, cold, endless, and utterly serene. You spend an eternity in this darkness until a familiar voice.
Nima, is that you?
Oh, wow! That is very good demo. Standout. Amazing. I like what this shit is putting down. can't wait to be lobotomized again. Wow, did I really spend an hour on that one? Christ. Yeah, that one fucking has so much going for it. Yeah, that was the first words of the game. It looped perfectly. Like, fuck. I got one more demo in me. I'm curious about this freaky one. Okay, probably real last demo of the night before I end stream. This is supposed. I think this is like an action game. It gave me like a kaiju vibe just at a glance. You know how we like jumping into stuff blind, so figure we might as well. Definitely weirdly shaped monsters fighting each other. Certainly a vibe. Gonna head off. Hope you have a good rest of stream. Thank you. And thanks again for the raid. Appreciate you. Kind of throwing me that Nima reads forwards and back reads the same forwards and backwards. Am I Nima am I Nima I am. Yeah, that's true. Feeling a lot better. Either denial or acceptance. Don't know yet. Well, grief comes and grief goes. I'm glad you're navigating it well enough. My kitty cat is lying on my lap and rumbling so loudly. Well, you know, the only thing louder than a 747 is a cat purring. This sucks. There's no graphic settings. Turned it down. Oh, I saw loud and I was like, oh no, the game is too loud. the cat is very loud. Chibito. Yeah, the music is good. Definitely not going wrong with that one. Hopefully I can run this. The Tower of Ceiling. Wonder what the part under that is, because I don't think that's part of the title. This game is called Isaac. We're just on the title screen. But you know, I realize the babies can't read. Yeah, I don't think I can play this. I am going to skip the movie because... How? The game has crashed and will close. Well, that happened. So I'll have to check this game out off stream. Maybe I'll do like a let's play. But yeah, the game crashed hella hard, and it is not like running right now. Could be, you know, OBS and VTube Studio making it a lot harder to run, but like the fact that I couldn't turn down graphical settings at all or fiddle with them has a lot to do with that. Games, especially games like they're trying to have a lot of like fidelity, trying to be very much graphically robust, especially as an indie game. When they don't have graphic settings, a lot of times we struggle to run them because, you know, we can't turn the shit down. So instead, let's try something else that we might run into a similar problem because, I don't know, like there's a decent amount of like 3D games that we end up running into this issue with, but fingers crossed. Toes too. Oh, this is I didn't know that this was Mirror's Edge inspired. I was thinking it was like just Jet Set Radio inspired. Oh, I don't think this was this not designed with controller in mind? Yay, low graphics. Poem Ex Machina. Definitely sounds like, man, these words sound really cool when you put them together. Man, that Roomba got some bite. That's a lot of arcade machines. Episode 1. Ordinary Day. Okay, this game is trying to give us the anime treatment. No complaints there. It's always interesting to see that kind of stuff because I remember in a talk there's a dev named Ethan Red that talked about how making games that can run on lower end hardware is better for a broader market reach, especially in places that don't have access to high end gear at reasonable prices. I honestly think that what's the thing? I want worse looking games made by people with want worse looking games made by people who are paid more to work less. that sort of thing. But in a general sense of, I think that games should generally be able to run on less impressive or extensive or current hardware. I am thinking back to what's his face, the Bethesda guy, who, when people were asking about more optimization on Starfield, that he was just like, the optimization is you get a better PC, essentially. And a lot of the gaming, like the AAA space, has been pushing consumers out. Even like already established like communities of people who want to play certain games and have generally played games, like City Skyline fans, for example. A lot of people have been finding with new games that they can't run them, even though those games don't make sense to have big graphical leaps in like between updates or releases. you know there's a lot of games that I see that are trying to have like a AAA look to them, and it really shoots them in the foot in a lot of senses. Like photorealism does not age well, for example. But also, I think that having an accessible game isn't just like makes more sense from like, say, a business perspective, but from a I want people to consume and enjoy my game type perspective. Obviously, making games is super hard, and even like small changes that people ask for will end up taking a lot of work, and I try to recognize that when I critique things in games, because I try to be aware of the labor that goes into making games, and making games the way that people want them to be, or adding things, even accessibility options. Like it increases the amount of effort that goes into the thing, just plain and simple. I mean, I think of success of games like, say, Lethal Company, and how almost satirically, or almost I could see it in like a Saturday Night Live skit of some of the descriptions for the hardware you need, because sometimes it'll literally say something like runs on a potato, but I think Lethal Company says something like runs off of anything from like the last 10 years or something like that. And it's always great to see. And of course, like, people have vision, and sometimes you need more oomph to be able to do that. Not everyone wants to do like low poly stuff, and even within low poly stuff, plenty of stuff is still made in, say, like Unreal. I'm really curious on seeing like the wave of, like, say, was it Unreal Engine 6 games that will look purposely old, instead of just all the people who are like, ooh, Unreal Engine 6, I can make stuff look almost photorealistic now, to the point where a screenshot could be mistaken by with a photo, that sort of stuff. Not super keen on games that are trying really hard to be mistaken for live action. I'm just not. Okay, maybe I should actually play this game now. We just chatted about AAA games being rehashed and mediocre on my stream. For real, everyone's thinking about it right now, right? I mean, a lot of people are have like some like AAA darlings that they feel great about, like, was it Final Fantasy 16 or something, where it's like the AAA space can still create good games sometimes when like developers are given space, when folks aren't rushed, when companies aren't just trying to get a product out the door without any like quality control, stuff like that. That's how you get your Baldur's Gates and your Armored Core. Which one was that? Was it Armored Core 5? Was it Armored Core? It was Armored Core 6, I think, is Fires of Rubicon. There are still games to look forward to in the AAA space, but it's getting fewer and far between. And even certain games that are worth playing, I would say, are not worth paying for. Especially with like such steep prices and not a lot of respect for people who make or enjoy games. Honestly, it's really a disappointment. Although I think on the flip side, a lot of people are seeing indie games as the silver bullet, and I would say that I tend to be similarly head in the clouds about it, because sometimes a person will go, yes, but the indie game sphere is perfect, or maybe they won't say perfect. It's like, well, fuck AAA, we got indies. And it's like, indie games will always exist. There will always be an indie market while the game industry exists. Even if like the AAA space collapses, indie games will still exist, I would think. But at the same time, I think that people assume that because the indie game space will just exist, that just offloading all your expectations from AAA onto indie is like a good idea. I think it's very easy to just look at games that have come out that you enjoy and go, oh well, gaming is doing great because good games are still releasing. And it's like, even better games than are releasing right now would release if the industry was healthier. And unfortunately, the romanticized dream of, oh shit, I struck out in AAA, I'll just go into indie, does not happen as often as one would think. A lot of people who get burned by the AAA industry end up just leaving games altogether. They're more likely to get into other sectors of the tech industry, actually. That's actually been a really common thing. Game dev has been bleeding skilled game devs for a while because of all these layoffs and the job insecurity and stuff. But we could go at length all night on that topic, as many have. I really hope something happens in the indie space that gives the devs resources to make AA games, because it's probably the sweet spot. I would say that it already exists that devs can do that. In terms of accessibility, I think it also matters like the scope and the type of game you want to make, because I think that something that would pass as AA now, I think that we should also all take into account that something that passes as AA now would have been AAA like 20 years ago, which is a weird thing to think about. I do love myself a good AA game. And I think that there's especially in terms of like stylized like 3D games, that there's a lot of that. Slime Rancher, perfect example. Of course, the perception is going to be different based on like what the vibe is for an individual as well. I will stop for now, lol. And we could be going back and forth all day, honestly. It's good. It's a good conversation, though. I also think people don't realize what the scale of dev was back in PS1 games. So they see low poly games and think it's lazy game or whatever. Tons of classic PS1 games with AAA games. Yes! I mean, and the turnaround may have been shorter, but that's also because, like, there's development times are bloated now because of all the work having to be put into this, like, high fidelity live action trying to look ass games. It's like the technology and making it like cutting edge at all times is what's making game development at like the higher levels feel so much distant than how it was at essentially the same game development level, but 10 plus years ago.
Are you okay?
Surprisingly, yes. These pretty linoleum tiles are rather comfy.
I'll just believe you. Put your frame back in place and get to the bar. We've got work today.
Let's go! So, the job?
It's about the hilltop ruin. It's supposed to have it's supposed to have been unoccupied for the last 10 years, but we've heard a lot of noises coming from there lately. And since everything abandoned is a gift for the abyss.
So our employers are afraid the threshold could open there?
Yes, they have asked you to investigate and take care of whatever happens. Don't worry too much, it's just a routine check. And I'll stay in contact with you.
It's you who's worried.
You just got knocked to the ground by a vacuum cleaner. There is a reason to lose confidence.
Hey!
Anyway, I'll also take control of your modes. Just be safe until you fully wake up.
Yes, ma'am. A pleasure, ma'am.
I'll let you finish your drink. Come see me once you're ready.
Thanks. Oh, it can work with controller.
Ready for the mission?
Killing a god.
I'll remain in contact. Take care, okay?
Yo, how's it going, Dell? Gosh. I can only imagine how late it is for you right now.
Testing signal. I'm enabling object targeting in your HUD. Got it. I'm also activating your tricks mode. It would be stupid not to use it. Any questions before we proceed?
Music?
You can change, pause, or loop the music. Use 1, 2, 3, 4 keys for this. I put a memo for you at the top of the left of your HUD. It appears when you press one of the keys. Anything else?
Modes?
The abilities of your mechanical frame are separated into modes. You have 3: Civil, Tricks, and Polgalad. You can change the modes with E, and return to civilian mode by keeping E pressed. Even if for the moment you still avoid activating polygon mode among pedestrians. Anything else? Nope, I'm good. I'm going. Have fun.
Fucking Shell the Hedgehog ass running. So you can see why I was like Jet Set Radio, right? Hey! Still running around? Who? Oh, yes, obviously. I see you running around every day, but for you, it's our first time meeting. Hurry up. Yeah, I promise I'll be quick. I installed a targeting system in town. A kind of pigeon shooting. Wanna try? Hell yeah! I'm initializing the system. Oh. I'm Spider-Man. Time out. End of demonstration. Come back anytime. Strange guy. This place is pretty big. Yeah, this definitely has a lot going for it. Oh. Weather's changing. No carrying on. No doubt this is the threshold. It looks unstable. A little push should be enough to open it.
There's definitely something around that'll tell us how to make it react. I'm starting to research. In investigation mode, a list of clues is available. Once the clue is found, you can include it in your reasoning to determine the solution. Once complete reasoning is done, the solution appears. It's up to you to choose your reasoning carefully to lead to a correct solution. You were saying, what was this place last? It started out as a temple, then it became a hospital, a morgue, a youth center, and finally an opera, until its total abandonment about 10 years ago. Okay, okay. A statue of the giantess? Originally, this ruin was, among other things, a temple. Church's bitches got some money. Everything is collapsed inside. It's impossible to enter. The stones, which continue to fall, make a really strange noise. I think I'm good. Are you sure about that? The only thing I risk is looking like an idiot in a deserted place. Put like that. Ta-da! Well done, well done. Don't clap, you fool. Who knows what could happen? Anyway, be careful once inside. Always. Down the rabbit hole we go. Damn, I am not fucking tired. When stream ends though, literally there'll just be so much fatigue. Just there'll be like someone dropped a fucking sack of potatoes on me. Right now though, feel great. I'm in, and not alone. Activating Polgat mode. Fighting mode. How kind of you. Your enemies seem weak and few in number. Take your time. Yo! Returning to Tricks mode. The road is yours.
I want to scale on the wall so fucking bad. Oh. Oh. What? What? This room got me thinking of the final boss of Persona 5. The original Persona 5. Act 1. Encounter. Encounter! I mean, Shadow's the shit. And we've been looking at fucking Shadow run animations a lot more lately. This is definitely something I will be recommending to people to try. Especially people who are fans of, say, like Kingdom Hearts or something. I don't know how I did that. Oh, I'm fighting a boss now. Didn't even notice the health bar, I was just kind of going ham. This game is weird as hell, and I'm all about it. Yo, I'm about to fight Edward Scissorhands' final form? Bet. I'm gonna try it, but I'm concerned it's gonna be one of those things like how Sonic Adventure 2 looks totally different depending on how good you are / used to Adventure's jank. That's fair. Going from Sonic Adventure 2 to Project 06 was I think it tempered me. I think I can deal with Sonic jank. A lot of Sonic jank. Maybe not the maximum amount of Sonic 3D Sonic jank, but I'm starting to get there. And this game definitely has a jankiness to it as well. I don't know how obvious it is watching it. I mean, shit, even Bomb Rush Cyberpunk has combat. Not as bombastic as this combat, but it could easily have been elevated a little bit. But, you know, it wasn't about doing fucking combos and shit. But being able to actually fucking, like, kick the shit out of police and shit is so fun.
So, things are really heating up here. Give me control or we won't be able to keep up. Done.
Fight Et's Ride. Right, heat bar.
Let's rock!
Oof. Oh, I thought it killed me. I think I got to Net's face, maybe? Yep. Act 3. The Embrace. So clapping is bad in this world. Or it has a extra meaning. What? What? Oh, okay. That was unexpected. Oh, I have to redo, or I have to re-experience this cutscene. It's not a long cutscene, it's kind of annoying. That was like my first death. I feel like I'm in a Witch's Labyrinth in Madoka Magica. Sorry? Oh, I'm in civil mode. Can't skate in civil mode. Fall. These vibes are immaculate. I have 0 HP right now. Yeah, I'm dead now. I don't think there's a button. There's a button on my controller to switch styles, which is a little bit of a problem. Oh, Madoka Magica is amazing. One of the best anime out there. Especially if you like psychological shit. Of course, being a fan of magical girl shit is also like a great reason to be into Madoka Magica as well. Scream for me. Don't you love falling? Okay, getting the hang of it. Oh, there's fuckers clapping on the walls. Suffer. Hello? Act 4. Breaking. And that's one aberration defeated. So, is clapping allowed now? The threshold should close soon. Welcome back. Okay. Damn, I'm almost been playing this for an hour. Done and dusted.
A threshold this big, and so close to the city. If the aberration had come out...
Drama queen.
It's you who doesn't see what's dangerous anymore.
Hey, I still can.
Examples?
Don't bring a toaster in the bath.
Really? Hurry back, though. You have a guest.
That's dangerous. Hey! Oh. Switch styles by pressing the both stick buttons. Pretty nifty. Looks like they did put some controller functionality in this. It's just probably for PS4. And so it just kind of maps on the PS5 decently. And that's why the game was like, or why Steam was like, oh yeah, there's not a controller interface for this. Yeah, I was sick as hell, actually. I'm thoroughly invested. I'll say impressed. I was kind of going. I was kind of being a little, maybe not cheeky. I wasn't sure if I wanted to directly say I was impressed because this game is rough in some ways, for sure. But honestly, this vertical slice is a great, like pitch. It's a great thing. Is like, oh, this definitely has some anime vibes to it, but not just in aesthetics. Like, it feels like an episode 1 or a prologue or an episode 0 to an anime. It's like we've got this world that we're inhabiting. We're kind of in media res. Like, we haven't been fully acquainted with like everything the world is about, and we didn't get like from the top explanation of everything the world is about. But everything is going per usual, and we just kind of get a snapshot at the main character's life while he's doing badass shonen shit. We kind of see the power system and like the system of however the monsters work, but without explanation, so that we can start guessing and thinking about it. And stylistically, this game is, you know, just how they put it, it's raining buckets, you know? Like, this game has its style completely understood. It knows exactly what it wants to do. It just needs to refine it, and it'll be fine. And shit, this ran pretty well too. Like, it was funny all I was saying about like 3D games and how sometimes we struggle so much with like whether something runs, and there's a lot of like AAA stuff that doesn't run too well for us, especially like while we're streaming. And there's a lot of like indie games that are trying to be, you know, as one might say, AA games that in a lot of ways pass the sniff test. But I think that some of their energy is mismanaged by trying to look like a AAA game. And I appreciate this game ain't trying to look like a AAA game. I can't completely tell if the choice of how this game looks is just based off of aesthetics, or the aesthetics that the developer wanted, or if it has like some limitation baked in of like, oh, I didn't like, maybe the developer didn't want to have too high a fidelity of like the graphics or whatever, because it would make it harder to make, and it would make the development time longer. Like, there's a lot of questions I have, and a lot of curiosity I have about this game. I don't know, shit, I'm even curious if this is the developer's first project, because I don't know. I just have a good feeling about this game. And it's really easy for a game like this to just exist like this and just kind of stay in limbo forever, and I hope that that is not what happens. This is... I don't know. I'm licking my lips. Why did I do that? I should have looked at the credits. The credits were right there. I'm gonna look at the credits first. My stream is lagging bad, but I agree. I guess I should also make sure to double check the I'll make sure to double check the VOD to see if actually it didn't show up super well. Although there is clipping, and it doesn't run perfectly, obviously. Run better than the last game I tried, though. Am Hyde. Got some musics. I'm gonna start a plugin, 2D arts. We got a couple of people. We got some musicians. We got sound design. We got 2D art. We have, I don't know if external plugin is just, they're just like that's like an open source thing. It probably is. I think this might be a French game developer. Alright. On to the next verse. Okay. So, alright, I'm gonna raid in a bit. So, this is the raid message. Your life will be filled with happiness and sadness. It's a thing we say to people because it's true. Let's see who is still streaming that we could even raid. What was this? A nine and a half hour stream? Cool beans. I got seeing people on my fucking feed playing Monster Hunter now because it's out now. I am going to raid Sixelin. They're a non-binary artist and VTuber. They've also done some game dev stuff, or at least one game. I don't know if they still do game dev stuff. Seems like a drawing stream. Okay. Alright. Raid is incoming. So, thank you all for watching. Thanks again, Noir and Banui for the raids. Thank you, raiders who decided to stick around. I hope folks saw something that I played that is interesting that they might want to check out. Feel free to wish list any of the games that we played. That would be cool. I'm sure the developers would appreciate that. We'll be playing some more NetsFest demos on Saturday, and we'll be back to our regularly scheduled streaming on Nets Friday. So look forward to that, I guess. I guess I said all the things. I'm trying really hard not to pee myself. 25 seconds. You're very welcome, everyone. I'm glad to have been of service. Make sure to go to bed and take your meds and tell someone you love them, I guess. Good night. And goodbye, YouTube.